Good evening, Amateur World League fans. Welcome to the Vanguard Major. This is a throwback tournament for $1,000. My name is Reader. I am, of course, joined by Comica. Buddy, how are you doing? And are you excited to go back in time for some Vanguard action?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a while since we've been in this game, and I can't say what's it called? I am happy to be back at the end of the day. It definitely has been a while though, but yeah, I'm sure it's been just as long for all these players. Kilruck, I know I was just seeing him on LAN last weekend in Modern Warfare, so I'm curious to see how much Vanguard he's actually been playing in comparison to Modern Warfare.
Yeah, for sure. We have 3 series tonight. The first one's going to be a best of 3, and the other 2 are going to be best of 5s. The first matchup is going to be E-Rise and Cerberus, which will be a best of 3, of course, in the very first round. These are rosters that you may see familiar or you may not find familiar, but we do have a map pool, and it's going to be Tuscan Hardpoint, Berlin S&D, and then a Tuscan Control. And honestly, I am very, very excited to play Tuscan. I think it might have been my favorite map from Vanguard.
Yep, I feel right back at home in Vanguard. All we're missing is a little bit of bocage time, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get that at some point of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Tuscan, the map that people love to play, respawns on, and for very, very good reason. It's one of the more consistent maps, and so I've seen some of the most craziest of comebacks happen on this one as well. If you're a good hardpoint team, generally you will just outclass your opponents completely on this map, and so yeah, I think that all the players are just about ready. A little bit of a rundown of the rosters for you once again. On the side of Erased is going to be Kilrook, Pooty, Shadow, and Dory. I guess we'll shorten it to that. You'll see why in a minute. And on the other side, it's on Cerberus. It is going to be Tovin, Blur, Stusky, and Confide. Players that I've seen quite a lot do great stuff in Vanguard, but Kilrook and Pooty especially recently in Modern Warfare 2 as well.
Yeah, I think personally I have to be most excited for the weapons. I mean, this game, iconically, the AR just had 0 recoil, the Automaton, and then the MP40 was very similar in that sense, but had a lot higher damage range, of course. We are going to get right into this map one. Tuscan Hardpoint. If you remember the callouts, remind me, because I got them pulled up here, and I did not realize this, Comica, but Tuscan specifically, but Vanguard as a whole, had a lot more callouts per map. Everything was named something specific compared to other games, other Call of Duty titles. So going back, just seeing everything is labeled, especially on Tuscan, and it's nuts to see just how much communication was required for teams to compete at the highest level in this game.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I'm definitely going to be trying to remember some of those callouts right along with you. It's going to be a fun time jogging our memory as we get in here on Tuscan.
Right underway in purple, E-Rise. Blur's going to get that long angle down, finding 2, and that is the opening picks for our Vanguard Major Tournament. It's a double kill, and it's going to solidify initial here for Cerberus. They're going to grab some points right off the bat. Already spawns a flip, and I-Rise is going to get shut down again by Blur, who's now on a 3-kill streak. Great start to the tournament so far for Cerberus, but there's still so much work to be done. Of course, we're still on P1. A-Rise yet to touch the hard point, as Blur is just going off right now.
Yeah, Ra's doing a pretty solid job of keeping the spawns. A lot of time being lost off this P1, so they really got to make the most off of this P2. Otherwise, their opponents are quickly going to run away from this. Dory doing a good job of stopping that push from Confide. Tovin, who could have definitely ruined quite a lot of that for them. But speaking of things that are going the way of Cerberus, you notice Blur's getting very close to streaks. If he does nurse those streaks pretty well, a lot of these open hills could be his playground.
Yeah, great trade for him right there, trying to get into the back. Tovin's going to get shut down on plat. It's still another few kills here for E-Rise, is giving them a solid amount of time on P2. Those spawns that they held during the cycle of the first hard point was crucial in the hold that they have right now. Confid's going to give his best shot, getting naded by his own teammate right there. Blur is still gunning. Only on a 1 streak, though, as he did fall during that hard point and go all the way across the map for P3 in just about 20 seconds. The fight is already on. Killrook is in the back for E-Rise, trying to shut down this rotation out of Cerberus. Pooty is able to lock down P5 here as Cerberus cannot rotate on that side of the map. So it's good map control for I-Rise overall in this game, but the points do not reflect it, as there's about a 50-point difference here after the first 2.
Yeah, clearly Raz have some pretty good memories on their P3 rotations here. This is definitely one of the bigger point of contentions that I remember from last season is teams would get these great rotations here, and a big indicator of how skilled a team was on this map at the very least is if they could prevent their opponents from setting up just like E-Rise is right now. Unfortunately, Blur did not get his streak completed, otherwise this would be quite the easy affair for them to break, having everything be right out in the middle of the open. But Killrook, he's starting to get pretty close to it once again. As you can see, 3 in a row here, streak getting called in, and Killrook dropping another one. And with that, should be these last 20 seconds secured, and potentially some more for Pooty on the next hill.
Yeah, Ali just turned into a blender on that hill, and Killrook was the main guy getting the work done all the way in the back of the map behind that hard point. But Church will be the site for P4 as it's about to become active. Stuski is going to get some positioning there as he'll lose his gunfight to Killrook. He's able to break through the back. He's going to be the first player collecting time here. This is a tight space. You're going to want your subs entering and grabbing those trays to try to take this hard point. E-Rise is going to grab initial again on this one, and they've now tied the game at 79. But will not take the lead. Will finally grab that initial point. Confine able to get into the back. There's the first one, and his team is able to sort out the rest of I-Rise. That's 4 down. And now they are able to retake their lead that was lost for only a moment. Still, I-Rise great spawns progressing through the tank. And Arches trying to get into the back of the Church. Blur gets some help from Stuski. They're able to shut down Shadow. Top Church pinch from Pooty is good for 1. But no more. 100-point mark been hit by Serbius as we are about to end this full rotation of hardpoints with a sight on the P5, which is in Max. Great hardpoint, always mixy, but can be held for a good amount of time.
Oh, Mixie indeed. Did not expect Confide to be there, apparently, even though he had a really good rotation there, Pooty, but luckily for him, he's got Shadow that made the quick rotation there for him as well. This hill is Grenade Central, and it's definitely going to be quite the clown fiesta, if you know what I'm talking about here, as this is one of the most contestable hills in the game. But Cerberus getting a full team wipe rolling here onto the Rise could start to extend their lead even more than they already have.
Yeah, I remember in this game, trophy systems were added later on to ranked, but were still GA'd in competitive play, which is very interesting. I can only imagine that they're still GA'd in this tournament, so we should not see trophy systems whatsoever. So yeah, hills like this are going to be utility. Tossed in stuns and nades to try to force your opponents out of the area. And with the end of the 5th hardpoint, we will see the second coming of P1. Of course, NW2 has a lot more hardpoints per map, and I believe every map sticks to just 5 hardpoints, as is traditional in most Call of Duty titles. So we're going to see a lot of P1 in a lot of maps. We'll probably see it 3 times, maybe a rare 4th time, depending on how the map is played and how close the score actually is. But right now we have about a 50-point difference. Blur's gonna find a 2-piece, finally trade up by Shadow. Can't find more than that though, as he tries to bunny hop into the line of fire, and he's gonna get cleaned up. Nobody's on the hard point right now. Serbius steps on. 151 is their score right now, as they are trying to break in for P2 spawns. Last time we saw P1, I-Rise was able to win back the time that they lost on P1 by holding on to those back spawns. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case as they hit this P1, letting Confid in for the pinch. He's going to grab 1 off this one, make it 2. Still the spawns are in his favor. He's got a lot more work to do, and he does get shut down by Pooty. That's a few in a row for I-Rise, and they'll hold on to the positioning. They should get a good amount of time here on P2 unless Serbius is able to break through.
Yeah, a lot of the hope there for Cerberus and just staying off that time. They know they got the lead, and so they're going to say, you know what? Let's try and sacrifice this Mixie Hill for a potential full 60 on the next one. We'll see if we can get our opponents baited on in here. That's exactly why Confide was in this area that he was. Almost worked out for him, but as you can see, Arise, they are no idiots. They sit and stand their ground, and they make sure they get this rotation. And even with this rotation, it's a difficult affair just because of how oppressive Cerberus's presence is. but it seems like they're at least denying their opponents the time for the time being. But I mean, Confide's still in here getting knocked off. Dang, this hill is just super duper mixy, and we're getting to the point where Erise are going to be looking to get these rotations that they have been granted by default.
Yeah, about 15 seconds in the second hard point as Pooty has gotten to the back, but without that AR, he's got to play a lot closer to his opponents than he might like to. In through vines he goes. The fight is central around the mid part of the map as Cerberus is a little bit late on this rotation. 190 to 125 initial is being captured by iRise right off the bat. The push through P5, though, could be mounting on Killrek, and he's not even able to find one before they're able to break through. That's a lot of space now, as iRise now has fire to think about as well if they want to push through there. Cerberus is able to win the trades on the rooftop. Dory's going to have to start looking behind him as there's a lot of flank from Cerberus. Pooty is going to TK Dory. Still, they're holding on to the hard point. Stuki goes down. Shadow finds one. Confid will go for 3 to take the hard point, but it's only really scrap time. Make it 4. A 4 down for Confid, and he will grab scrap time. He's going to leave it off to a teammate trying to rotate quickly across the map, but that does deny iRise some important scrap time that they wanted to try to come back into this game. The score is ticking for eRise as that 200-point mark has been hit by Cerberus, and they are not very far away from winning this map. eRise needs some time, and they need a lot of it as the lead has been extended over 50 points now.
Yeah, that last minute shell there for Confide, absolutely huge. Not only does it completely wipe out the entirety of the enemy team and give your already rotating players a great time. Oh, putting that on hold. Pooty doing exactly the same thing. Full team wipe right on back. And with that full team wipe, they can finally hunker down on this hill that is generally pretty easy to hunker down on. They just got to make sure that all their angles are covered. Got to be nice and practiced, but Confide clearly a little bit better at the MP40 play than these guys right now. eRise still holding their ground, haven't been broken for too much, and they can get within spitting distance of Cerberus off this hill.
Yeah, this one could turn into a tight one. They do need to get that rotation on for the next hard point. And this one, of course, is a mixy one. We'll see the nades again, as we did see it the first time. iRise is in behind the church. This is where they're going to be spawning. Blur already has a lockdown. He's got a teammate with him, Tovin, who's able to grab that first one. Does get traded out. Blur dealing with that player well, and he'll hold on to time as this 5th hard point becomes active. A team nade is going to get rid of him, and now Cerberus is a little bit backed up on this hard point. iRise with the flank. I believe that's Pooty in fire. Does get dealt with Blur. It was Shadow, and Dory is currently contesting time. He's actually collecting at the moment as Cerberus isn't able to step on. 229 to 217. Stun on the Pooty. Tovin comes running into the hard point, finds 2. His teammate will find 1 more, but the trades don't go their way. It's a dead hard point. Shadow steps on. Still more players flooding into this point. Every piece of time is important, so teams are fighting for these scraps like they haven't before so far in this map. Killrook able to deal with 1 in U, and that's a big pick. Pooty is going to grab positioning on P1. It is going to come down to this first hard point, the 3rd coming of it. For the final moments of this game, it should not go to a P2. This will be the final stand for both teams, but only 9 seconds are needed for Cerberus on this hard point, and they're spawning in. You could call it in, I guess, for P2. Shadow goes on a ×5 with the first one down 40. Now we're tied. Not a lot of time for either team. Stuski's find 1, can't find the second one. Still collecting his iRise. They're 3 seconds off. Pooty finds 1, and that should be it. iRise comes from behind, and they will win map 1. How incredible. They were trailing by about 50 points for nearly the entire map, and just in the final few hard points will come back to win it. That is some classic Vanguard antics, and I love to see it.
Yeah, speaking of coming from behind, Pooty with that awesome flank on that P4 really did set things in motion for them. Let's not forget, going into that P4, they were a solid 40 points down at the very least, and on a generous amount. And so the fact that he was able to completely wipe that out finally gave him a moment to set up on the hill that generally teams are able to turn into a money hill. We didn't see that in the first rotation as much just because both teams were a little bit equal in it. No one trading out efficiently, no one was really able to set up. But once Pooty did that, they were finally able to get pretty much as close to a full 60 as we've seen off of any of these hills so far. And then from there, they had the good tempo, the good rotations. And when their opponents also started killing each other, killing themselves by accident, that inevitably turns into good traits for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about the score lines, I believe there was a DC right before it ended from Cerberus, but I don't think it mattered because it was just a few seconds before the map ended. But Blur ended plus 10. He was definitely the MVP of that map, at least statistically. iRise just had a better KD overall. All 4 of their players were firing to go positive nearly, except for Dory, 15 and 21. But yeah, overall, they just had better team play at the end of the game. That's all that really mattered. They focused more on hunkering down and holding on to spawns for next if they didn't feel confident that they could break the hard point that Cerberus was on, especially that P1. They had spawns for P2 both times it was active, and I believe they got majority of time on P5 both times it was active, and that was enough to win the map with a last set ditch effort in the final moments of that map for them to take map 1. So of course this is only a best of 3. So eRise only needs 1 more map to advance in this tournament. Cerberus is now looking at elimination, which is interesting. Usually we have best of 5s, of course, but with the tournament this long, the first round's got to be shortened up a little bit, of course. So best of 3, we have possibly 1 more map in this series, but could be 2.
Very true. This could be death's door for Cerberus if they're not careful, which is, again, a little bit surprising. My memories of these guys in this game were always really, really good, but obviously they're going up against some really stiff competition. Maybe you could say a little bit unlucky to face these guys so early on in this competition, but yeah, Killrook and Pooty. These guys I've seen together in the last couple of events I've casted, and so they are very, very familiar with each other. If you were saying that you noticed a lot of great teamwork coming out of them, that is exactly why. These guys have been together for a decent amount of time now, at least two lands for the last 2 months. And Pooty, I've heard that he is a really, really good IGL, is the glue that holds the team together. And Killrook, he's pretty top tier, very tilt-proof, very good at the game generally as well, just fundamentally. And so put a lot of stuff like that together, you have a team that's pretty unrattleable, and going into Search and Destroy, where you can definitely have a lot of tilting things happen to you, that is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Berlin is going to be our next map. It's a Search and Destroy, and I'm rattling my brain trying to remember how this map is played on Search and Destroy, but what I do remember, I mean, there's so many levels on this map. There's a lot of different angles that you just can't think about all of them. Top fire comes to mind, top mid comes to mind, top back warehouse comes to mind. There's so many ways to defend the bomb, and I believe it's defender-sided if I remember correctly.
Yeah, generally it is defender-sided from what I remember, but there's definitely a lot you can do on the attacking side as well. Generally, if you have a good sniper, you want to be playing for the outside of the map, especially if you have good long range just in general. You can play for dockside, get good control over the middle of the map, try and pressure people on the inside, especially if you have good subs. There's a lot of ways that you can play this map, and generally my memories are of everyone attacking the A side on the B side, excuse me, on the dock side.
Cerberus is going to have their go at defending right away here. iRise gets to attack in round 1, and Pooty is going to open us up with 1 on Confid right off the bat. There's the first blood in round 1 to get us started. Looking like an A-side hit. Now, there's a lot of prep that needs to be done by the attackers before they can just waltz into this A-side. Specifically, Tovin on the AR needs to be dealt with. He's doing a good job of holding and calming to his teammates and where these players are, and I'm grabbing that first pick. That second one as well, leaving Shadow, the last one standing. He does find one on Blur, making it a 1v2, but he's still outnumbered. The bomb is down. He's picked it up now, and I'm not sure that Tovin is aware that he's entered onto the A site right here. So he is a pass pawn at the moment and does have the information on one, but not the other. He could take this all the way to the B side.
Well, whatever he decides, he has to choose it very quickly, because you're going to start to get to the territory where you're not going to have time to rotate to B, and that he's pretty much at that point now, and he realizes it's starting to hightail back on over. Cerberus, at this point, just sit in the middle of the map, waiting for him to go for the bomb site so that they can retake it as 2 without getting pieced apart by Shadow. They really don't want to get 1v1'd and then 1v1'd again.
does escape plat, but Stuckey is aware of where he went. I think he saw him for a split second. Shadow was tagged up by that nade that he tossed, and Stuckey is able to get all the way around behind them. Tovin is already firing on him, and there is an expert execution by Cerberus to win this first round. Plenty of time on the clock to get this defusal off as well. The 2v1, no upset in this one, even with the bomb planted. Good effort, though, as that assault on the A site was a little disconjointed, but impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, regardless of the generation of COD that we're in, whether we're in Vanguard or Modern Warfare, that's just good search and destroy fundamentals right there. That's something that can get you far in any search and destroy in any COD. Grouping up like that and letting your opponents either go for A or B and then just make a concerted decision together. That's something that'll get you far. A lot of the less good teams won't do that, and then you'll see people like Shadow just piece them apart, take their 1v1s, and then 1v1 it again, which is exactly what I was worried about. And we do see Cerberus trying to go for a little bit of off-the-wall play, going over, but ooh, Pooty caught on the outside. It's a great start for Cerberus.
Yeah, Tovin looking down right at Kilrick. Kilrick unaware of his positioning on that far outside the map. Fire!
Jesus.
Goes down as well to his hands. Man, that was a quicker round than I may have been expecting. Although that B site hit typically results in a faster round if they don't get the bomb planted, because it's just so open. You can see everything. So, I mean, it's an AR's world on that side of the map, and they definitely took advantage of it.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit more of a attacker-sided B-bomb site than I am typically expected to seeing, especially considering that they fully killed everyone within the first, I want to say, 40 seconds of the round. Very, very atypical, and yeah, definitely something you got to watch out for next time you're on the defense if you're a Rise.
Here's the cross. Wow, a lot of hit markers there from Tovin, but unfortunately the auto is a P shooter at that range, so he's not able to get the full kill. Good defense in the site right now by Cerberus. There's going to be a tough breach for Rise if they want to hit this B site. Blur is able to get that first one down on Shadow this time. That makes him 3-1 at the moment, but not the highest KD in the lobby. Tovin has yet to go down, and he's 5-0, snuck all the way beside Depot, as Rise is going to rotate this bomb over to the A side after giving up that first pick.
And you know, I'm a little bit shocked. Cerberus has so much information that their opponents are not at all going for B. I'm a little bit shocked that they're not making their way back over here. I'm a little bit shocked as well that
Whoa.
so deep and getting wrecked by Confide. That is bombed down in no man's land. They had the freest of plants and they didn't take it. And with 25 seconds left, you are going to be reeling from this if you are Arised.
Yeah, if this was baseball, that'd get chalked up as an error because you cannot push like that. Not only can you not push like that, you can't lose like that in that gunfight against an opponent that had no idea you were there. A little bit of a mistake there will cost Rise that round, and Cerberus takes a commanding lead in this search and destroy so far. We have seen maps like this get flipped on its head, though. Rise just needs one round possibly to bring that momentum back to their side. And I mean, more importantly, Kilrick and Dory need to get on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of, I'll say it, sloppy starts for Arise. Obviously, they probably haven't played this game in quite a long time. As I said, they've been playing a lot of Modern Warfare Lands at the end of the season. So, yeah, maybe just need a little bit of a kick in the pants in the form of 3 rounds lost in a row and only 2 kills gotten in that amount of time to get them playing in the right mindset again.
Bomb planted on A by Cerberus, and they are home free, at least on the site. Some wallbang action from Pooty, not finding any hit markers off that. The stun won't find anything either. Kilrick is the closest man to the site right now, as a pinch is tried but failed. Tovin will grab that first one. He does get traded out by Dory. That first kill was with the pistol. Now, Rise has pushed their way onto the site, but there's some good overlook and protection here, especially from the sniper. Does go down, though. I don't think Confid did find one early in the round, but other than that, he wasn't able to find any value with the sniper. Unfortunately, that bomb is about to explode, and Rise is getting pieced out. So Cerberus will win that round before the bomb goes off and achieve a 4-0 lead. Not a great start in the search and destroy for Rise.
Yeah, definitely something that can be recovered from, but you gotta start making these adjustments soon. Usually, when I'm casting these players on Rise like Kilrick and Pooty, I always praise them for their ability to make on-the-fly adjustments, to make great play calls in the moment. but a lot of that stuff comes with practice, and I'm not quite sure again how much practice they have. We'll see what they can do going for a little bit of an A-hit mid-map control, looking to see what information he can get on the cross. I think he may have gotten the timing to see at least one of those players go, and so we'll see what Arise does with that information.
Yeah, another A-hit, it looked like right off the bat, but now they've kind of backed off that area, just a little bit of overlook mid-side. They're looking for some more information to try to move forward. Number 3 in your map, Killrook, is in an interesting position. Could find someone, but could get picked off all alone, isolated. The only player for E-Rise on the B side of the map. Serbius is slowly but surely making the way forward. Look at this little standoff. Blur, I think he's aware. There's one player right there. He's able to find the kill because Dory was unaware of where Blur was. Good trade by Killrook. He hustled to get to where he needed to be to find that trade. Blur almost escaped with his life. Not quite. 3v3. Time running down on the clock, but 30 seconds left for the attackers. E-Rise to get this plant off. And they haven't really made very much progress up the map either way. Tovin with a good wall bang. A little bit of information off those hit markers as Killrook is finally going to push forward on this B side. Ooh, almost catches the timing, but his teammate might as well. Ooh, a little bit of miscomm, but they will find that player Shadow.
Oh,
That should be able to kill. Good pinch by Confid. Can he find more? He's the last alive. Lots of hit markers down, but not quite the kill on the Killrook, who's able to escape with his life. About 24 health. Pooty will get this bomb planted on the B site. And I mean, everything is smelling like an E-Rise victory here. But Confid still has a little bit of time on the clock and an angle on Killrook, making it a 1v1. All the way in the back of the map goes Pooty, trying to look at this bomb from a safe distance. He's going to sit all the way back in Train Depot, and Confid's going to go hunt him down. Can he find this kill? I wonder if Pooty's going to check behind him. He's actually going to try the side door? I don't know. Confid has no idea where this player is. And now that his position being revealed, I mean, I don't think there's even time on the clock for him to get this planted anymore. Or the defused, I mean. So that's going to be the round, the first round found by E-Rise. And it looks like Confid's just going to hold on to his life, hold on to his 2 streak as this round ends.
Yeah, absolutely crazy finish there from Arise. Let's not forget that they traded 1-for-1 bloods and basically had 0 map control for the vast majority of that round. But one great call, one great flank from Killrook, the teasing of the flank, it paid off. An off-screen Pooty with a massive kill on Stewski, who was sitting planted on B the whole time, somehow, someway loses that fight to Pooty. And with that, Arise are able to just squeak that one by and stay alive in this map.
Favoring the B side, Serbius on the attack. Haven't made the cross quite yet. Starting to open the doors out of Tovin. Successful. There is overlook here from I-Rise on the side of the map, and some initial firing into the depot. Ooh, Tovin does see that player. He does not have a weapon to be able to realistically grab that kill. Still no first blood as we are under a minute left to go in this round. Look, great angle from Confid. He's able to get up top mid. But he won't go for the second one either. He's going to escape with his life and play the numbers as Serbius goes across the map, streaking over to the A side. They're going to get this bomb planted before I-Rise is any the wiser.
We'll see what Dory can do. Trying to remember how to play Vanguard just a little bit. Only got 1 kill so far. Seeing what they can find this time as Blur is breathing down their neck, sliding the corner again. Absolutely annihilated by Blur. 4 HP left. A little bit of a rough one there. And now in goes Pooty, just firing wildly with a pistol. And Tovin still wins the fight, getting out scot-free. Cerberus, they're back on top, and all they need is 1 more round.
Yeah, I-Rise has only found 1 round. They can't string a few together, at least so far. And it doesn't look good in the kills to deaths ratio either. It does look good on the side of Serbius as Confid increasing his to 5-2, 6-2. Tovin 7-2 in the moment. So really, really well done by Cerberus in this map so far. They definitely looked like the more well-rehearsed team in Vanguard in that map 1, but the upset gave E-Rise that first map victory. But it looks like this one might go the other way for Cerberus unless I-Rise has one last-ditch effort again. Stewski runs into a teammate, nearly turns on him. Tovin and Pooty exchange a few. One with the sniper, a pistol kill by Tovin, and makes his pick a 2-piece. And they'll take a live advantage 3-2. Lots of gunfighting right off the bat here. Pooty, another sniper kill, this time on Stewski. Blur will deal with Dory, leaving Pooty the last one standing. So we're in a 2v1 in a fast-paced round, and it's in the favor of Cerberus. Tovin and Blur are still standing. Pooty is soloing for his team to try to stay alive in this map.
Sees him.
And there is a good piece of timing. You can call it timing. You can call it a lucky moment. He's going to play with him for a little bit before he takes him out. Now, a 1v1. He has the opportunity to plant. And he is going to plant it down on B. Now, how is Cerberus going to approach this? I believe it's Tovin, the last one standing. It is. And Pooty is going to defend this from inside the bomb site with the AR. Interestingly enough, Tovin has a lot to clear before he enters.
Yep, Pooty could be pretty much anywhere, but he did not want to move off the site. He does have a MP40 in his back pocket, so that's going to do him well in this scenario. Does he pick the right corner? He's stun checking, so that eliminates a lot of the possible spots. He rolls right past him, though! And Pooty with the ace does keep Arise still alive for the moment.
Yeah, really well done there by Pooty. Pooty only had an AR, but decided to hold that close angle anyways. He got a little bit lucky with that stun check. It was on the other side of the site. And comes away with the win after the overshoot by Tovin. Not quite checking that corner. He did check it, but it was just way too fast for him to process anything, of course. So iRise stays in it. 5-2 we sit. I mean, they have to win, 4 rounds in a row to sneak away with this map. Cerberus back on the attack. Looking at this B site once again, there's a big contrast between these two teams as iRise has favored the A site more right off the bat, whereas Cerberus likes this quick plant on the B side. Pooty's going to get away with that first blood of the MP40. Shadow will follow up. So 4v2, great start. Good numbers now for iRise. Pooty will find one more even, leaving the last player standing, Tovin. Will we see an ace the other way to win the game? There's the first one down for Tovin. The second one on the site. And now it's a 1v2, a completely different situation, but both players for iRise are closing in. There's the challenge. He gets away and finds the first one, does go down, but wouldn't that been insane if Dory did not grab that trade as quick as he did? Wow, I can't even process. Wish I had a replay because it seemed as if Tovin just kind of snuck away from his opponents.
Yeah, he just ran past him like a ship in the night, but luckily for him, he has a better set of eyes than his opponent, turned around on him in the moment. But luckily for them, Dory was finally able to find a kill and got now 2 kills in the game. Better, honestly, I'm not mad about the kill count there for Dory. It may be low, but definitely popping off when he needs to. And still, somehow, some way, Arise are in this game.
It's only a 2-round difference now. Still, Cerberus only needs 1 round. I mean, no mistakes can be made by iRise. Any mistake could send us to a map 3. Dory's going to look down long angle left side of the map here. Shadow will open us up with the first one. It's the second, maybe even third time iRise comes out with this first blood. Ever so important to grab that early live advantage. It matters so much at the end of the round, but there's a lot of presence inside the map, rather on the exterior right now for Cerberus, as iRise is trying to push their way up. They take that slower pace in these attacking rounds, as Cerberus likes to do. They like to do it quickly, but it's paying off now as Shadow will find his second of the round, traded by Tovin. Kilrook will grab a nade kill, leaving Stuski, the last player standing, in a 1v3. Finds the sniper on the top of the roof, will grab that kill. Is Pooty back there, but it cannot escape after being stunned. And iRise will make this a 1-round game. If I'm Cerberus, I'm getting nervous.
Yep, this is starting to get to the point where you're like, oh god, don't throw, don't throw, please don't throw if you are Cerberus. But yeah, like I said, Arise, these guys are really smart cookies, especially when it comes to search and destroy. They have the ability to stay untilted, kill Rook and Pooty. It's something I've noticed from them quite a lot, especially in my interviews with them. And yeah, they've damn well done it again, dude. Almost there. And they've been getting a lot of free picks on the Cerberus. Just the aggression is getting punished. And Arise, they just seem absolutely ready for it every single time. And in comes the aggression once again onto the bomb site. Not checking a dang thing, but they're not checking it right on back. Great coverage from Confide. And with that, they don't get a single blood, but the bomb is planted.
Here's Pooty acting aggressively on the exterior. There's the first one for him. He's looking for more, grabbing that last hit marker on the Tovin. He gets credited with that kill as well. He's 10-7 now after that. Dory will grab a great pinch on Nastuski, leaving Confid in a 1v3. It looks like Cerberus is taking turns 1vxing this E-Rise team, as they cannot stay standing for very long in these rounds since they won that 5th round. Defuse is on here from Shadow, and he should get it pretty cleanly here. In no way, shape, or form is Confid able to defend that bomb. And we will have a round 11 after Cerberus goes up 5-1, I think it was. Maybe it was 5-0 at one point. I think it was just 5-1. And the comeback from A-Rise again, similar to how they did in the first map.
Now, reader, this is where Call of Duty becomes just as much of a mental game as it is a video game. We will see who has the better mental toughness between Cerberus and Arise. Arise obviously rising in their confidence as the game goes on. Cerberus just got to be not diminishing in theirs. As you can see, they know they're giving up a lot of these free bloods. Look how tightly they are sitting together. They desperately want to avoid giving Arise an opening pick again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stalemate if I've ever seen one, and you hardly ever see this in Vanguard just because of how fast-paced it is. But both teams are not making the first move. They don't want to give up that first blood, and we don't even see any lurkers on either team trying to sneak it away in behind their opponents. There's just a lot of standstill, and I mean, the fight is primarily between these AR players right now, as they are really just trying to scope out each other along the edge of the map. Oh, here's the first gunfight. Killrook comes away with that first blood, and I think that might be the most important kill of this series so far, as he will take an advantage. I want to call it an early advantage, but it's really not, as the bomb's going down with under 30 seconds to go. Pooty is going to plant it, as Cerberus has made their way forward. Confid looking around the back. Blur is able to help him out. He's going to grab the second one. Shadow does find one in the meantime. Killrook grab on his Stuski, leaving Confid for his team's life. Trying to clutch 1v2. There's the first one. Dory goes down. The last one standing is in the back, and hold the bomb from back warehouse. This is what I talked about before the map started. This kind of angle is just almost impossible to take someone off of, and you actually have to physically go get them most of the time. Now, the bomb is planted. Dory's defending, of course. Confid is on the site, but he's a little bit nervous. I don't think he started planning. I'm not sure if he lagged out, but he seems to be just standing there, and Dory is going to grab that final kill, giving iRise the series win against Cerberus. Cerberus looked like they had the absolute advantage in both maps that they played, and E-Rise comes out the victors in both maps to sweep their opponents. Really well done.
You could have had me fooled that Arise had the advantage the whole time. I mean, Cerberus, 4 round wins in a row unanswered. And those round wins weren't even close. Let's not forget, going into round 3, they only had 2 kills, dude. 2 kills in 3 rounds. That is abysmal. But somehow, some way, they put on their big boy pants. They hunkered down. They're like, all right, guys, we're not losing this. Let's get it together. Let's push this one through, and we can beat these kids. And that is exactly what they did. The tilt-proofness of Killrook and the leadership of Pooty, once again, legendary status.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I can absolutely say for sure is that was a great kickoff to this tournament. It was a 2-game sweep, but both games were very, very interesting to watch. And of course, it was just great to see those maps again. And Berlin and Tuscan were both staples back in Vanguard, and we were playing the game modes that we like to play on those specific maps. I mean, Berlin Hardpoint can be hated sometimes, so seeing it on S&D, which is, I mean, almost universally loved as an S&D map, at least for Vanguard, and then Tuscan, of course, the all-around map, all-purpose map, coming in for the hardpoint right off the bat. I know you did mention wanting to see a bocage. I really hope we do see one today or tomorrow, because that is definitely the staple of this game, is that map. So hopefully we see it soon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, either way, that is going to be the end of this series. Arise are going to be moving on up to the next round. We've got another game coming up at 8:30, so in very short order. So don't go anywhere. Will we see Arise continuing to arise through the bracket? And will we see a bocage coming back once again? Answer to those. And so one of those is at least going to be yes. And so, Ryder, that's going to be all for me. Catch Ryder and Graph coming up again at 8:30, and we will see you guys real soon.
Welcome back, AWL fans. We are set and ready, to go for round 2, winners round 2, which will be between Revived Gaming and Team Mew. Rosters consist for Revived Gaming, Geo, Gus, Raider, and Dak. And for Mew, it's Pandemic, Skater, Xeno, and Crooked. My name is Reader. I'm joined by Grab the Giraffe, subbing in for winners round 2. Buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm ready for a little bit of Call of Duty throwback. I'm a person that, we were talking about this before it kicked off, I'm not a big throwback type of person, but with these two teams going up against each other, I will absolutely come back and cast as much as I can for this game, because I know everybody was just kind of getting all worn out of MW2. Now that the season's over, everybody kind of has their off season, go back, play these other games. And we got a treat for a map 1, Reader. We have a Bocage hardpoint, and I think everybody knows that this is a map that's going to be like a 250, 248, 249 type scoreline.
Yeah, and it always is, of course, on Bocage. You can't get any closer, and it can't get any faster. This is the fastest-paced map in possibly Call of Duty history, at least competitive map, of course. So it's always exciting to see Bocage. So many gunfights happen within the span of one map. You can't even count them. So I'm probably most excited for P1, of course, the mixiest map probably ever. So, I mean, personally, that's what I'm looking forward to. But of course, I mean, a lot of these names on this roster actually played in AWL's Vanguard season last year. So it's a little bit of a reunion, this matchup, which is also going to be exciting to see if you remember those players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Geo, Gus, Raider, and Dak, these are just incredible challengers players too. I think that's kind of the biggest thing. They play at the top level of the amateur scene, and so I expect nothing less from them of getting this win. And I do want to apologize. You're probably hearing some thunder in the background. We have some big storms rolling through where I am at. But then on the other side, there are no slouches either from the side of Team Mew with Pandemic and Xeno. I've seen these guys perform. They're absolutely nasty. But on a map like Bocage, you're kind of relying on Geo to be that IGL, be that aggressive submachine gun player, and just kind of get up in your face. It's just going to be such a good matchup. Unfortunately, we don't have all the map sets. Since this is a best of 5, we don't have everything all laid out currently in front of us. But it's going to be an incredible series here, Reader.
Yeah, finally back in the best of 5s as well. I'm sure a lot of the teams that went down to the losers bracket, like the team we just saw, would be felt a little bit cheated after losing in a best of 3. But of course, their season is not over, and of course, the loser of this game is also not done out of this tournament. They go down to a losers bracket that will not get on stream, but we could see those teams again. So obviously keep the losers in mind as this tournament goes on. We do have one more series after this tonight before the semifinals start tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock tomorrow, the grand finals will happen as well. So there's a lot of Call of Duty happening alongside this series right here as well. If I can pull up the bracket to show you guys just kind of what it looks like. Alongside this matchup in round 2, the F Killers are playing the Singapore Syndicate, which is a familiar name among the AWL. The Mommy Milkers are playing the High Seekers, and a bye goes to Wreck. So that's up in round 2, and of course down in losers bracket, there's a lot of teams still waiting for their opponents so that they can move on to losers round 2. We are just waiting on this lobby to get started and ready to go. So we'll take a little bit of a break here as everyone gets slotted in. Of course, everybody knows how Vanguard custom lobbies tend to go. So we'll be back in just a few seconds.
welcome back as we are finally loading on into the map 1 of winners round 2 as we have Revived going up against Team U. I'm here with Raider in this AWL throwback tournament. How are you thinking this map 1 on Bocage Hardpoint is going to be?
Oh man, I'm so excited for Bocage. It's going to be fast. It's going to be hectic, chaotic. And I mean, there's going to be a lot of moments where we don't exactly know what's going on, but hopefully it'll be clear-cut enough to decide a winner, as frequently Bocages turn out to be very, very close hardpoint maps. Dak is going to grab the first amount of time in this map, plus the second kill. Gus to be attributed to that first blood, and already Revived Gaming is on the board with a 4 down.
Oh goodness, Reader, this is just, you can tell that these guys have been waiting to play this game. Revived is just coming out swinging as they are getting a lot of this P1 time as well. That's just something that you typically don't see that often on probably one of the most heavily contested maps in all of Call of Duty history, and the most fast-paced, like you said before. But either way, finally, Team U starting to get a few kills under their belt and starting to maybe push back the front lines, but Dak is still for Ryan as he's running around with that MP40, and I know everybody loves that weapon. As, oh my goodness, Geo, he's following him up 5-1. Right now, Revive Game, they're not slowing down.
Yeah, P2 has just become active, and Revived was able to get those spawns right off the map start, and they did not lose them whatsoever. Team U is going to be fighting from the front, and Geo might have a little bit of a pinch right away here. There's the first one. Second one escapes into the barn, but this kill feed has been red since the start, and it continues to be that way. Geo finds another one on Skater, but he is forcing Team U to spawn a little bit deeper than they would like to, and man, he's just routing these guys. Skater goes down into his hands as well. Sebi does pull off a multi-kill there for some positioning top barn, but he's being hunted down right now by Geo, able to escape for just a moment. He's heard, but timing will not let these players meet. The spawns do flip, but it's just turned into scrap time now. And after 2 hard points, almost 2 hard points, we have a 51-5 lead for Revived Gaming.
And now they completely flip the spawns. They're gonna push them back in the back 2 barn. As Raider, are you kidding me, with a little grenade help from Geo from downtown, and they get the clean sweep. And oh, unfortunately, they don't necessarily get the cleanest of spawns. But Geo, again, like you said, Reader, it's just an all red kill feed. The one thing I'm noticing right now, and going back for the first time and watching this, is how clean the movement is compared to MW2, where it's just everybody's clunking around. These guys just feel like they are sliding like on knee pads across the map.
Yeah, Revived Gaming, before this map even started, I was watching the chat. There's a little bit of extracurricular activity before this map even started. They were claiming that Team U isn't even going to achieve 20 points, and that seems to ring true so far, as the 100-point mark is about to be hit by Revived Gaming, and Team U has only stepped on the point for about 5 seconds. Scrap time now as P3 is expiring. P4, the fight for it is on, and Team U is able to grab a little bit of scrap time here, but at the sacrifice of setting up for the new hard point, as there's a lot of red around the barn right now, and they are going to continue to box out Team U. Dak is able to grab a good one on the Sebi. Zeno will clap back on the Gus and Geo, and he's going to claim top barn as his own. Still no time on the points, contested there for second, turns white, but immediately gets contested again. Skater's only able to find one before he goes down, and Pandemic will find his, where he's instantly traded. Revived Gaming is doing well playing as a team and trading out their teammates, although Team U is continuously getting clipped, it seems, especially by Geo, who's 16-6 right now, just as Team U will grab control of this hard point for just a moment.
Geo was sitting at 15-3 at one point, so I mean, he hasn't slowed down at all, but still his teammates are getting the job done. And ooh, Skater getting a little slide cancel jump shot, gets one. Raider comes in, cleans up, finds 2, and will get shot in the back, turns around, but Zeno not falling for that one. He says, I still got the gunny. It doesn't matter which Call of Duty that I am playing, as Dak is just lighting them up as well, constantly finding 2s and 3s in the feed. Now we head on over to the P4, and it's going to be that River Hill. And I remember if just all the nades that got spammed onto this point, but so far so good. Revive Gaming, I mean, unfortunately they did give up 20 points Reader, but I don't know how much more the side of Team U is going to get.
Pandemic is able to find one onto Dak. Gus and Geo are able to do their thing on the point. Collecting that time. Geo finds one more on Skater. Look at this hit from Team U through the back. They might be able to get some position. They are. Xeno and Pandemic combined for a few. But Dak is able to trade out one. Still a hard point now white, but without enough time on the clock for Team U to really collect much of anything as it turns into trap time. And now they're in trap behind the castle, and Granny's forced to move their way up through the map back to P1. Now full rotation of hard points is done. We've seen 5 so far. And Revived Gaming has achieved a score of 160, past the halfway point that they need to win this game, and are just 40 points off of hitting that 200-point mark. Pandemic hits a few for his first multi-kill of the map. Xeno will grab one. Pandemic grabs his third of his life, and we could see some time here if the white team, Team U, steps on this P1. So far, though, it has been all Revived Gaming without a doubt.
It feels like Revived is putting them in like the deepest spawn trap. It almost feels like I'm watching Al Bagra Fortress control with where Team U is spawning. They just keep getting gunned right as they are running out into the open, but this is just too easy for the side of Revived. Everybody is hitting their shots. And then not to mention, like you said, they are getting those trades consistently. They're not really allowing much uncontested time. But finally, Team U is starting to maybe get a good setup here. They're getting some long lines of sight, holding angles, and not giving away easy gunfights. As Geo, he's still going to try to fight from the bottom barn as the kill feed. It will light up white, and so that is a good sign for Team U, but nobody's in the point. Finally, somebody does hop on in. But either way, they're showing some signs of life now, but I know Revived, at some point, they are going to find all these kills, and they should be able to find a break as long as they get one, maybe two more. But still, they have not taken care of that player who's sitting on the back tank, and that is going to be Pandemic. Excuse me, he's actually sitting in the backside barn.
Yeah, positive P1 does translate into a good setup for P2, but it does get run over by Revived Gaming. Gus with a few, and now Revived is collecting time, which is just scrapped now with about 20 seconds left. Both teams streaking across the map for P2, which should become active in about 10 seconds. Pandemic finds one of the Geo. Dak will get that trade. Skater is going to open up the assault here from Team U. Geo gets tagged up, but is on the pinch. Can't find the pick, though, and that is 3 for Team U, I believe, before a full 4 down as well. Dak does trade it back, though. And we will have Revived Gaming spawning in behind Granny's. Sorry, this is P3. As we said, 193 to 73. Revived Gaming not on the point right away, even though they were spotted in the back. Now, even if you have these back spawns, you can get trapped, if I'm remembering this map correctly, and it seems as if they've flipped. Now as Team U is spawning close. Sebi grabs a good kill on the Raider, preventing that trap from even formulating at all. So a 3 in a row here from Team U is going to keep them on the hard point, prevent Revived Gaming from hitting that 200-point mark, which you should see a closer game now as Team U has sort of got their stuff together.
You know, honestly, I'm glad that I have retired when I did, because it just feels like everybody's moving at 2 times speed now. I don't know how everybody's able to react as fast as these guys, because they are just flying across the map. And like you said, Team U, they're starting to put a few things together, not to mention they're getting these double chows, and now they're just playing smart. They're not just going out and trying to ego these gunfights, but so is the side of Revived Geo. My goodness, can he get the 30? Almost did for a second, not quite, but still his teammates will clean up the rest, and a team nade does come on in from the side of Mewtwo. Raider, he is still in the point as that 200-point mark has been eclipsed to the side of Revived, and it's going to be a matter of time before they are going to hit that 250 marker. I do recall this map, a lot of the there's a lot of maps, or a lot of times, that it went down to the clock. And, I mean, it's still at 1:50, but 25 seconds left. Revive should be able to wrap this one up.
Yeah, that's certainly something we don't see anymore, is a hard point being ended by the overall time. I've sort of forgot about that, as it never happens in NW2. But I don't think if Revived Gaming continues collecting that we will see that clock expire, as there's just too much of a score difference right now. Team U not having a positive P4 is grabbing initial on P5 so far. Skater is the first one to touch the point, but there's a lot of Revive Gaming in the area. They're getting in the back as well. Raider loses his gunfight next to the tower. Gus will pick up one against Sebi, another one against Skater as well. Still nobody on the hard point. Dak gets a free one, but can he get more? He can. Dak with a second going around the outside. He does get a bad timing on Skater in that third gunfight, but it will be enough for the map. Geo will collect the final seconds needed. Oh, 249. Oh, I thought that was going to be a crazy comeback for at least a moment. But Revive Gaming will win this one 250 to 111, which is a dominant victory to say the least.
Hey, it's more than 20 points, so good job for the side of Team Mute. Proving them wrong either way, it's still an L in this tournament. And there's a reason why Revive Game is the #1 seed overall, because they have just such incredible talent. And not to mention, it doesn't feel like they're necessarily working incredibly as a team. They're just going out and they're outslaying them at the moment, especially on a map like Bocage, where you do have the opportunity to do that. But I know there was times when I remember Bocage actually got released. I remember this map very vividly. It was a game between Minnesota Rocker and Florida Mutineers. Rocker outslayed by 40 kills and they lost the map. So just keep that in mind. There is teamwork that is really going to end up paying off, but still, when your slay power is that good and you still even have a decent amount of teamwork, they were just able to just roll over the side of Team U.
Yeah, Geo had to be the MVP of that map. Right off the bat, he starts, I think he nearly achieves a streak right off the bat and doesn't die for a long, long time. And then he doesn't slow down. Often we see players have a really good start to a map, but aren't quite as effective come the end of the map. But that wasn't the case for Geo. Although that is all said and done, and map 1 is over. It's a 1-0 series lead for Revived Gaming against Team U, and map 2 is already loaded in and underway. A search and destroy being played on Tuscan. Something we haven't seen. What just happened there? I think somebody accidentally spawned in, maybe on the wrong team. And they should spawn back in, but of course, we're still loading. So I'm excited for a Tuscan Search and Destroy. We haven't seen it yet in this tournament, and I'm trying to remember correctly, but I believe there's a lot of action in the mid right off the bat.
There is going to be a bunch of action, but it's really all about if somebody's going to pull out a sniper. We saw Sib in this game, how deadly he was with the sniper, not to mention how good I think Attach was as well with the sniper. So we'll just have to wait and see. But like you said, was the typical bomb plant and defend is where you try to either get nades and maybe catch somebody off guard. And we did happen to lose somebody. And I did want to point out, Reader, that how do we load into a map that fast? I don't think that we've ever seen a 45-second map like swap. So that was absolutely incredible, but unfortunately it was at the price of losing a player from the side of Team Mew, as the team names are actually flipped at the moment, but they're still going to play out this round. And I'm pretty sure for the side of Revived, they're feeling pretty good in a 4v3.
Yeah, there should be a restart here. I'm not too clear on the rule, but we'll find out what happens. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That was really, really quick. A 45-second map start time. That's wild. Especially because Vanguard custom games aren't exactly reliable at all. And no one's exited this lobby yet, so I'm going to assume it's fair game, play on. I can't remember if there was a spectator glitch where we just can't see one player on the scoreboard, but I don't think that that's the case right now. Yeah, okay, they are leaving the lobby. It will restart. So let's go to a little bit of a break because, of course, we are just going to be sitting around here waiting for this to get restarted. So stay tuned. In just about a minute, we'll have this Tuscan back up and running, and we'll let you know if that first round counted, but I doubt it will. welcome back, AWL fans. We finally got the lobby sorted, we think, and we will be entering a Tuscan Search and Destroy with Revived Gaming up 1-0 in this series and 1-0 in this map, as that first round that was played is actually going to count at the end of the day, as it was Team Mew who is without a player for which or whatever reason. Anyways, my name is Reader. I'm joined by Graf. How you doing, buddy? And I mean, what are we expecting out of a Tuscan Search and Destroy?
This one's kind of an interesting map because you can run so many different strategies, but just the way that Vanguard is, it's of course just a 3-lane map. And Raider, it doesn't matter. He just runs right through the middle. Gunzino domes them right off the map, and now you have a few other players working their way around and still taking their time, making sure that they want to be safe for this bomb plant. And that's exactly what they're going to do. But remember, teams a lot of time love to throw nades on that A bomb site and bank them off the wall and see if they can catch out that planter. That does not happen to be the case. Sebi, he tries to find one, at least spots him, and Skater does get one working on that backside step. So now they're trying to work in sync, trying to maybe develop just this 2-pronged attack. Unfortunately, Sebi gets caught out all the way in ruins, and so does Skater in the middle of the map. Revive Gaming, I mean, it was a quick map 1. It's looking like it could potentially be a quick map 2.
Yeah, I mean, if Revived Gaming continues to play the way they played in that round 1, they certainly will. That first pick is what sticks out to me from that last round. And of course, Raider finding another one after that, the A plant, the perfect defense. Skater really couldn't do anything, but did find 1 kill in that round. As now the roles are flipped. Team Mew is now set on attack. Skater just misses that first player streaking across mid. He's going to get away, probably up to P5. And in through fire. So a really quick route here from 2 Revive Gaming players through P5, and they're almost home free. There's not a lot of Team U presence around this area of the map. So 1 is going to go down, though. Pandemic's going to find a pick onto Raider, and the bomb is going to get planted here on the A site. Gus will gun down Skater, P1, and make this a 3v3. Dak is very slowly but surely getting into a flank position, probably top fire. Gio's got an overlook. He's going to drop down, and it's up to Revive to retake and defuse this bomb. Now down in the man count, 3-1.
Well, and now down 3-0. Now
Yeah.
3-0, I guess. But that was a solid setup from the side of Team U. They're making sure that even if they did spot somebody out, they were just throwing shoulders, not giving anything away. Just a classic search and destroy maneuver, making sure that you're just not giving the life to the other team and making them have to get the mistakes out of their system first. And so for the side of Revive, they're still currently up in a 2-1. Remember, that first round did end up counting before we went to that little bit of a break. And so now it's going to be a 3-hit. Thought they were going to go through that P5, but they're thinking about maybe wrapping through middle, and nope, they're still thinking about it. And there comes the bank nade, and Dak will nail it from downtown. And that is what I'm talking about. But either way, the players from Team U, they collapsed, and now it puts Gio in a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, it's a big question. Gio is a big gunner, but can he take on 2 at a time? These Team U players got to link up together. I'm not sure. Oh, Gio does have the bomb. He's going to take his time. He's got 45 seconds on the clock. And Skater and Sebi are giving him absolutely nothing. They are staying put, overlooking their collective sites. Both A and B are covered right now by Team U. Sebi does see the cross. That's going to be the call out to his teammate, who might be watching Top Broken right now as he crosses it. Skater is going to get a couple hit markers down on Gio. Gio's now aware of his positioning, and unfortunately, Sebi is in no position to grab that snipe as Gio makes it in through down the bottom church. 15 seconds on the clock. Gio's got a plant. He makes it over to the B site. He's going to give this plant a chance. He knows Sebi is back there, but he also knows he can't get him if he's behind the site. The next shot could be fatal, though, if Gio isn't careful to miss. But the pistol shots, Sebi will find that pick, and Team U will tie this S&D at 2. Incredible. Gio, though, can't get it done after the plant.
I thought for a moment he was going to have a chance, and that sniper, I swear, it maybe skimmed off the top of that helmet either way. good stuff from Sebi, just holding him in position until his teammate could come in from that top side radio and just complete that flank, find the kill, and secure the round. But now at a 2v2, so what we were thinking could be a potentially quick map 2 is now all tied up. And for the side of Revive, it just kind of feels like they are just kind of running at them and throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. But now here come the teammates from the side of Mew, and oh, Dak gets hit up by one, tries to lay down some suppressing fire with the sniper, immediately gets backed up. And now the pressure over towards that A site, but Gio, he puts himself in a phenomenal position to watch that cross. And he actually gets gunned down by Zeno in the middle. But still, look at number 4 now. He might be able to find this opening. Gus gives him the coverage, and he tries to pull out the snipe. Again, another nade is coming out. Dak, he is somehow surviving these.
What is Dak up to? Is it the shenanigans? He's in through mid, pushing that close angle with the sniper, and almost gets away with it with a pick, but just gets away. Gus gets gunned down by Pandemic. Dak can't find that sniper shot. I believe he fires the sniper 3 times. That pistol is gonna be what guns down one. It's Zeno. Late trade, you could call it, but with the MP40, he can't pick up Skater as well. Now a 1v3 for Raider to not give up the lead, and up on top of that truck, Team Mew will beam down that last player and take a 3-2 lead. This is the first time Team Mew has been up in any sort of respect in this series, and man, do they just want to walk away with it.
I'm going to pull out some words that my good old co-caster, the gaming chef, likes to say is put away the sniper. Dak was missing shots left and right, so I say if it's not working, don't keep it out, but guess what? He's still going to do it for another round, and hopefully he can maybe find something with that Car 98, and oh, there he goes with a flick, and unfortunately it does not connect once again. And still, it feels like the pressure is kind of being felt from the side of Revive. Team Mew, they're really taking away a lot of the map. So Revive is giving them a bunch of this space, and it allows Zeno to rip the head off of Dak in the middle. Again, that sniper becomes ineffective. He comes in, finds Gio, and he might be able to find another one. He slides under, finds the kill onto Gus. Give this man the ace, but his teammate cleans it up. Team Mew, they are rocking and rolling right now with 4 rounds in a row.
I think it's now safe to say put the sniper away to Dak because, I mean, every time you pull it out, it's a gamble, of course, and it hasn't been paying off for him. So he needs to put that thing away, take out the AR and see what he can get done holding an angle. But Zeno, 3 kills right in a row. Revive Gaming could do nothing about it, and they're all stuck at 2 kills. Of course, it doesn't count the first round, but Zeno has 7. He's 7-3 right now, which is incredible. And Pandemic's right there with him, 6-2. Team Mew obviously liking the slower pace of this search and destroy. And Revived Gaming, not so much. 3 of them stacked at P5 right now. Zeno is going to make his way down to the fountain, and he might have some good positioning. But this A site is overlooked by Gus no longer, though, as Skater is able to win that gunfight from top fire. So still well done by Team U. Gio is now the last one standing, as Skater will pick up yet another one. Dak. Skater does get traded out, so it's a 3v1, and Team U is playing together towards the B side.
And Gio's going to have to pull off a massive clutch so he doesn't put the other team on to game point. And guess what? The angles are being held, and it's nothing but perfection for the side of Team U, as they are 1 round away from pulling this one off. It's a 5-2 lead. It's been honestly flawless. They've been finding the first bloods. They're not getting aggressive. They're allowing the side of Revive to kind of fall into their traps and over peak. And this kind of happens to be one of those situations where maybe playing an older Call of Duty, you don't know how far your character can kind of peak out at times. Because I remember, if I remember correctly, was it this one that had the peakers advantage, or was it the game before in Cold War that did? One of them did, but still, either way, it's not going the side of Revive Gaming. They need to slow themselves down and make sure they're holding the proper angles. But again, Zeno, he is running amok among the side of Revived.
Yeah, that is absolutely for certain. 9-3 right now, and he's able to run a route all the way in behind this Revive Gaming. But no matter, as Sebi is going to find nice laser beam with that AR skater with another one. Gio, though, will combine for a few on his own, saving his KD right now, but he does get swung as the last player standing. Not winning that gunfight means you lose that round and will lose the map for Revived Gaming. Team Mew will tie this series up at 1 with 6 S&D rounds in a row. How incredible for those guys to come back like that.
I mean, I don't know if you could call it a comeback just being down 2 rounds, but the way they handled it, it was so easy. It didn't even feel like the side of Revive put up a fight in that search. And so maybe that is their kryptonite moving forward in this tournament, is their search and destroy isn't as good as they thought because they were kind of over challenged. They were leaving Geo in these 1v3 situations. And I think maybe with that, it kind of shows that their coordination is a tad bit off. Is Geo maybe playing a little bit too far behind, not being able to play for those picks, be able to play for those trades. But again, I think Dak ended up getting first blooded 4 out of the 6 rounds that the side of Team Mew won. And he had the sniper the entire time. So clearly that is something you're going to have to change up moving forward in this tournament if you do end up moving forward in the winners and losers rounds.
1-1, we sit tied in this series. Team U Revived Gaming going into a control next. Stay tuned with us to see that. Also, the winner of this game, their next matchup is already decided. The Singapore Syndicate advanced thanks to a forfeit victory in their winner round 2 matchup. So winners round 3, one opponent is already decided. We'll most likely catch that one before we go tonight, of course. So we're gonna go to a little bit of a break here as we get this next lobby set up, and we're gonna make absolutely certain that the lobby is ready to go before we come back. So stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Everybody, welcome back to the AWL Throwback Tournament here in Call of Duty Vanguard, as we have the side of Team U going up against Revive Gaming, and we have it all tied up at 1 apiece, as it was the side of Revive winning a dominating Bocage hardpoint 250 to 111, and then on the return, it was the side of Team Mu taking a Tuscan Search and Destroy in a 6-2 fashion. Reader, this is kind of showing a team that's really good at respawns and not so good at search and destroy.
Yeah, that was pretty clear last map. They did win the first 2 rounds right in a row, but Team U got on their horses and they got the job done 6 times in a row to achieve a decisive search and destroy win. So even though this is a respawn, it is round based and it's a little bit more technical than a hardpoint is. So I think we're going to have an even matchup in map 3 to decide who takes the lead in this series. Of course, it's a best of 5, not a best of 3, so there'll still be more maps. We're guaranteed a map 4 to this point. So we will see another hard point, which I can only put my money on Revived Gaming after that first Bocage. Right away, though, Revived Gaming is on the attack. Team U trying to defend, and a little moment there where Team U was able to shut down Revived Gaming is switched around here by Dak, who finds 1 and forced to spawn out. Revived Gaming is going to give another shot. It looks like they're favoring the B side.
I know you were saying that this is going to be a close map 3. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I think Revived is going to steamroll the side of Team U. And the B site, if I remember correctly in the CDL, the B site got captured 97% of the time. So you would really have to mess up if you don't get it on the attack, because you spawn the other team on defense so far away that they have to sprint all the way across to even have a chance at contesting. But Geo, he's one of the only players alive as Team U. They're starting to get a little bit more map control, and he does have to take down the player on the outside, and now he's going to run into potentially 1 more. He's looking for a little bit of help, but his teammates with the coverage, and 1 more kill, they should be able to secure this B site.
Yeah, there it is right there. Dak and Raider combined for a few, and they just need 1 tick left, and they've achieved this first round. Gio's got the cross. There's 1 down. Zeno, he gets traded, but it's just not in time, as Team Mu will lose round 1. Revived Gaming goes up 1-0, and hey, you may be right. If that round is a look into how the rest of this map is going to go, then I think we're going to see a Revived Gaming victory, but I think it's a little bit too early to tell. Dak is up there right now. He is 7-1 in the KD department. On the other side of things, Pandemic is yet to be on the board. Team U starting late again in this map.
This is exactly how the map 1 went. Dak went on an absolute spree in his first and second life of that Bocage. And I think Pandemic, he started off 0-5 on that Bocage. So, well, he's also just not having a good time in the respawns, clearly. And Dak, he's going to be the Lone Ranger. He takes down Zeno on that B site. But look at Sebi. He comes on in, finds 1 onto that A. Won't be able to really find much more, as the coverage is there from the side of Revived. There's 1 player left from Team U, and there should be a pinch completed. Dak will get 1, but again, the trades are through Revived. This is what we want to see out of them in the respawns. They're getting such good map control, and they'll get tagged up, but they're not going down, and that's the biggest thing when it comes to a map like Berlin.
Yeah, Pandemic does get on the board here now, 1-5. And we did see Team U try to hit that A side first. Teams like to do that because if they can get that down, then they pretty much have the round on lock, considering how easy it is to capture B. Revived Gaming was able to accomplish it, but they were also able to stuff Team U off that A side in this round. Zeno is able to grab that pick to get on this B site, try to get it captured up fully, and defensively, Revived Gaming has an option to chalk this hill and set up for the next one to make sure Team U doesn't get any further than this one, but it looks like they want to fight. Gus goes down, trying to get into the window. Sebi's got a flank on him. He can't win it. That's a few. Geo gets 2. Raider finds 1, and that's to clear the B site. Great defense from Revive so far. And I mean, Skater's just going to get shut down here. So is Zeno. The A side is closed for business if Team U did not figure that out the first time, but they're spawning that side, and it seems like they have no other option.
They have no other option indeed. There's only one player currently, and it's going to be Gus. He finds one before he goes down, but again, he just had so many teammates around him. Skater, you're going to be left in a very difficult situation. Number 3, Raider, is also holding on to the staircase, but he actually gets caught out by Pandemic. And so now here comes the predate, and oh, Dak, he held that one for so long. I think he ended up getting a tag. Zeno does end up getting the team kill. Last member left alive. Nobody else is going to be able to touch this in time. And a dominant defensive round coming on in from the Revived Gaming squad. It's clear that the respawn is second to none.
That's for certain in these first 2 rounds. A great defense. Maybe I was maybe expecting Team U to get a little bit more done. Maybe not quite win the round after the performance from Revive Gaming in round 1, but they didn't really capture either site. They didn't really have a good look on either site either. Revive Gaming did a good job sweeping in and getting the kills required to force Team U to spawn further than they were hoping for. So well done by Revived Gaming so far, and they're looking to continue that streak. They are going to go for this quick A capture again as 3 players are in the area. Pandemic is defending on the site. Lots of players, Plat and Skater. Pandemic are combined for a few. Stovall Geo on Sebi and Skater. He does get traded, but that is a good run for Revived Gaming as they did get a few kills in their pocket. Unfortunately, though, trying to attack this B site hasn't been fruitful and will suffer a live disadvantage right now. 26-25 as a Geo and Dak will grab Pandemic and Skater off of the map and start capturing B first. So shut down the A site this time as Team U gets a little bit of defense going.
Unfortunately, the one player in Sebi not able to find anybody else, and Raider knows all the angles. And I think that's the difference between the side of Mew and Revived is Revived know exactly which angles to hold. Like, they didn't forget where all the power positions are, and it kind of feels like Team Mew doesn't have that knowledge, or maybe forgot where some good spots to hide, or, you know, take some challenges, because they are getting caught out in some very unfortunate gunfights. They get caught running in those sprinting moments. But again, Revived, they're putting the lives still in their own hands. They're sitting down by 2. And Geo, he cuts off the reinforcements. That should be the B site. As we all know, A is the money spot, and if they end up getting this one, they are able to close the Berlin out in a 3-0, which also just happens to be my favorite map. So I'm glad we got to cast this one in the throwback.
Oh, for certain. I mean, you have to get Berlin on control. It's a staple. Even though that B site is a little bit broken, it's still so much fun to watch. There's so many strategies that you can employ on both offense and defense to try to get this job done. Raider on the pinch loses to Sebi as this A site right now is being heavily defended. This is the harder site to capture, especially when it's the last one left, and usually the attackers aren't able to get it done. Skater's in good position to spawn Revived Gaming all the way out. Unfortunately, Pandemic, who's supposed to receive these players, goes down here to Gus. There's a lot of space created here for Revived Gaming. There's still 3 players on the map for Team U that they have to get rid of. 45 seconds on the clock. Time is starting to wind down, and so is their lives. They only have a third of what they started with. Make that 1 lower, 2 lower. Skater on Geo and Raider. Gus will find Pandemic. Good help on the Zeno as well. Dak will get credited with that kill, and here's the hit through up the stairs. Sebi's there to receive. Skater will find one of his own as well. Zeno with the cleanup, and Team U stay alive in this round. 20 seconds left, and no ticks have been received. No respawns remaining now for Revived Gaming. This is their last possible hit with 13 seconds on the clock. Great challenge by Pandemic, who shows up when it's important. Raider does stop the clock here for a second and finds a pick. With just 6 health remaining, he's sitting on the hill without very much opposition against him. He's got to deal with one on the back. He's able to do nicely. Screaming across plat right now is Mewtwo, and they will finally clear them off. Team Mew finding their first round of this map and staying alive in this control.
Dak made that one a little spicy right at the end. I thought he could maybe have turned onto that final player. Either way, good job from the side of Team Mew, adjusting their strategy. And I think everybody kind of learned is that you have to have that railway area cut off, which is where Pandemic was for a lot of the time, because it's going to force them to spawn all the way back warehouse and by those docks. So they had a long way to travel just to even get in position to try to hop on into that A site. Now you have a few players here from the side of Revive. They shut it down once. Can they do it again? And it looks like that will be the case, as there's one more player, and it is Sebi. He's decided to back on down, maybe wait for one player to come on through, or potentially thinking about this transition. But Gus, he puts himself all the way on those back boxes, and he is getting tagged up. Skater's going to try to go out for this challenge, and can he get the kill? Yes, he will. And so B currently open, but there are two players currently there from the side of Revive. So you have a chance here if you're Team Mew with numbers for a second, but they have to make it count.
Team Mew was almost able to break out on the A site early in this round, but a really good counterattack by Revive Gaming kept them off. This B capture, though, may be impenetrable. There's a lot of overlooked tank side, and two players on the point right now. Dak is just waiting to see if he can't get good timing. There's the nade in. He does get taken out right away. Gus finds one in the hecticness, but Xeno and Pandemic will clean up Revive Gaming, and that should be the site for Team Mew. Pandemic is pushed all the way up. Ooh, he does have a pinch. Can he find it, though? Look how fast that player's moving. He can't find it. Dak will win. He realizes there's a play on his tail and is able to reposition and win that gunfight. Really well done. Pandemic is no longer pushed up, and Team U is going to be forced to hit A from the front. Raider gets tied up, but he's not sure from where. He's setting these guys playing Ring Around the Rosie. He doesn't know where he is. Raider does find one before going down, so a little bit of value there anyways. Gus and Geo combining for a few. I mean, Team U are just trapped back in this rail area. They can't break out.
They can't at all. This is the perfect setup that you wanted. I think once number 3 gets into position, that is Raider coming in off the spawn. If he watches the middle, he should be able to cover his teammates back, but unfortunately a little bit too slow on the draw there, and now there's 2 players down, and this might be your chance to move in on the site. But Geo, he tags up one, forces him to have to back down, but also he had a little bit of help from number 2, Gus, who was pushed all the way up. Eventually goes down, but still, you're just winning those trade battles, or at least you're getting it to an even standpoint, and that's just immediately going to slow that halt, because just how far you spawn away in this control map, it makes it so difficult to even buy for map control. So you really have to be methodical in your pushes and play for those kills first before you try to hop on into that point.
Ooh, Skater gets a good tag there, but it's not nearly enough. 8 lives remaining and 15 seconds on the clock. A good few down for Revive Gaming. Sebi will fall. There's one player in the area that could stop the clock, and it's Xeno. There's the first for him, and now he's known by the rest of the Revive Gaming team. He faces 2 and can't win it. No respawns remaining, but it doesn't matter. The clock has counted down, and Revived Gaming will take a 2-1 series lead with a 3-1 control victory on Berlin. It was really, really well done. I'm also happy to see that Team U didn't get shut out and had one positive round. Other than that, it was just all Revived.
Revived, it was simply a matter of slay power, and their defense was a tad bit better. They just knew how to play the map, and not to mention, they put them into a lot more spawn traps than the side of Mew. Mew would get a few kills here and there, but it just felt like Revive knew how to break out of those traps, and they would always send somebody on a deep route and kind of just force 1 or 2 of those eyes to be like, hey, I think somebody snuck through. We have to keep watching the back. We can't keep watching the front. And that just allowed his teammates to get up and at least take some team challenges in the middle. But it was just such a good setup. You could kind of see you had one player who's sitting in the back trains, kind of one player in the back alley, then you had a player who's sitting in on the point, and then if you had a player who was sitting in the middle of the map on that P5, it makes it that much easier because you literally have full coverage of it besides that left. And if they are pulling that deep route, it's going to take a good 30 seconds or 20-30 seconds before anybody's able to do anything on the attack.
We know the next game mode is Hardpoint. We're not exactly certain what map it is on. We're going to go to a little bit of a break here as these guys, of course, get set up and ready to go. Might have to ping into a pub. Of course, that's an issue in Vanguard custom lobby. So stay tuned with us. We'll be back with map 4, Hardpoint. Oh, never mind. I just heard just this in. We have a lobby that's ready to go. So we are actually going to go in soon. But we want to go back and talk more about that Berlin. I did not know that stat about the B site. 97% of the time that B site gets captured in CDL.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous stat, and I think it was Nameless who brought it out in particular. And I think at one point it was at 99, but there was a few defenses that kind of came through that, of course, knocked it down to that 97. But it was just it's such an easy site to capture, and it's I'm trying to think of the map or a point in MW2 that's very similar. Not necessarily too sure if there's one that got capped that frequently. But either way, it was just basically a free minute added to the clock. It was just all about holding down that A site, and that's exactly what the side of Revive did. But now loading on into a hard point, you see the slay power that Revive bring, and if you are the side of Team Mew, you're probably not feeling that great coming into a hard point. You're like, if we somehow get this to a map 5, you're going to be feeling so dang confident in the search and destroy the way that you manhandled them in the Tuscan. And I know if we get a good little Tuscan hard point in there as well, it could get a little spicy with how contest heavy that one is as well.
Well, you know what I've been waiting for, and this might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm a really big fan of Gavutu. We haven't seen any of it yet this tournament. It's a map that a lot of you may have forgotten about, but it is super AR heavy, super open. And I actually am excited to see it. If we do get to see it tonight, we'll probably, if not tonight, tomorrow. But right now, it is going to be the Tuscan Hardpoint you were looking for, Graph. And I mean, I couldn't be more excited. We already saw one of these tonight, but it's just a staple. It's like Raid. It's like Hotel. It's just, it's that all-in-one map that can do it all.
It truly is, and I think there's a reason why people forgot about Gavutu Reader, and you should probably forget about it too, because nobody liked that map. Everybody hated it.
I like that map.
Oh, come on. That's a bunch of baloney out there. We both know it, but we're loading on in to the Tuscan Hardpoint. This could decide the winners round 2, and advance yourself to the winners quarterfinals against that Singapore Syndicate, who've honestly have had the breeziest of winners rounds. They ended up getting a forfeit from Rally Royals, and then they ended up getting a forfeit from the F Killers. But guess what? Their first team is going to be going up against Team Mew or Revive Gaming, and if it's Revived, I might be shaking my boots a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, seeing them on screen, of course, they look good, and they look good in the respawns, as they've proven in map 1 and 3, and they are looking to prove again. Team U gets the good spawns, though, here on Tuscan, and will grab time early on, but not the good spawns for P2, which they'll be looking to achieve. Sebi is already halfway there, though, with a 2-piece. Still, Revive Do Gaming is spawning close enough to get rid of him, as that will go in the hands of Gus. Now to clear off this hard point, Gus gets it done. Trying to streak in to grab this time. He's able to step on it after 22 seconds have already been achieved by Team U, and they're going to shift their focus all over to P2, trying to break through that church area while Gus flexes time. P1 will go to Team U, at least as the fight is already on, and Gio is bringing it to Team U. Wow, that is 2 pistol kills in a row. It's a pistol multi-kill, if you want to call it that.
Ooh, the rat-tat-tat, it is ringing loud and true, and I love this P2 column hill because, again, it's just pure chaos at time with all the nades that would get thrown at you. And there's a lot of instances where maps would end on I think it was a third set of P2 rotations, because this one could really come down to the wire. This is also a map that could come down to the clock. We'll just have to wait and see, but either way, it feels like Revive, they're more playing for those rotations. And currently, Team Mew, they're keeping up in the slay department. If you look across the stat line, it's 5s across and then 1 forward. So that's exactly what you want to see. The teamwork is clearly flowing for the side of Team Mew.
Geo is a one-man army right now on the other side of things. 7 and 4. Dak is 7 and 7, playing really fast at the moment, and man, it feels like it just started, but P2's almost done, and teams are rotating over to P3. Now, it starts inactive, but Team U is clearly the closer team. Nobody is really set up in the back yet, which is uncommon, not what we saw in the first series tonight that we casted. Raider will get traded out. He is able to find one for his life. That's Skater. And Pandemic has gotten into the back. It's really hard to take this AR player off, but Geo, it manages to get it done. Still time being collected by Team U on P3 as Zeno breaks out on top for his team, 8-6.
The one thing you have to be careful is off the spawn, they immediately put Pandemic back there, but he gets gunned, and now with only 22 seconds left, I mean, you might get the rest of the scrap, and you can actually force them in this spawn trap, and I don't know why the side of Team U is fighting so hard for this last 20. They should have just chalked it up and rotate, but I guess either way, they spawn in P5, and so they should be able to go all the way back. But look who's sitting ready and waiting. It's going to be number 6. It's going to be Gus. I don't think they're going to be ready for this one, and they are not. He takes down 2 for his troubles, and that will be the church for now as Geo takes down 1. Almost makes it a second, but Sebi should not be alive for long, and Revive. They immediately break on into the church, and I mean, they're saying their hopes and prayers. They want to go on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this map is a little bit closer, or a lot closer than the Bocage was map 1. Revive Gaming still hanging on to a lead here. 20-point differential, so anybody's hard point at this point right now. Gus does go on a ×5, close to streaks, but he gets naded up. That's the only Team U kill, I believe, since this hard point got active. So great P3 defense right now for Revive Gaming, or P4 it is now. So 100-point mark has been hit, and Revive Gaming is getting the job done in the gunfight department. Dak, he hops in through P5, trying to fight for that as scrap time is almost over for the 4th hard point. And Skater is going to grab initial. Here's the nade. It's charged, launched, and does find Geo. I mean, that was perfectly cooked, but the nades are against them. They're going the other way. Revive Gaming is going to toss everything they have into this hard point to try to get Team U off it. Pandemic goes down, who was already weak. Gus is able to contest the time. And Revive Gaming, with all those nades, will push in to maps to continue collecting time on top of what they collected before, and now have achieved their 50-point lead, that cushion that they had in the Bocage.
Honestly, I'm having a little bit of PTSD. I'm flinching left and right because I forgot how many nades you would throw on into this command center, because it is ridiculous. And teams will fight for every single second, but look at the rotation. It's going to be number 3, Pandemic. And the rest of the team, they are fully set up, and they actually got a good 25 on that opening break, and they are ready to go to try to repel the attack of Revived Gaming. And number 4, he's going to be that first line skater. He finds one. Can he find another? But there comes the glide bomb, and it doesn't actually connect. It maybe takes down a trophy, or maybe he just kind of misplaced it or on the other side of the wall. Sebi was able to dodge it, but still Revive putting up a fight. Dak able to come in on the outside. Pandemic, he cleans up 2. Skater with the 3rd. And honestly, this is looking good for the side of Team U. If they get a good chunk of time on this one, they'll find themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, Pandemic's doing a good job collecting time right now. Wallbang onto Raider there. Zeno gets some help onto Gino. And now the 100-point mark has been achieved by Team U, and they're slowly clawing their way back from the deficit. Revived Gaming was able to get over them in the last couple hard points of that first rotation. Now a lot of activity across the map as P2 is about to become active. Dak trying to hold it down. Sebi is able to sneak by, grabbing one for free before Geo trades him out. Dak will challenge both these players coming out of P5, can only find one. Zeno will trade him out, attributed with that kill, and this hardpoint is active. Revived Gaming is grabbing initial, but look at the storm of Team U trying to get through the back, who immediately gets shut down by Raider, Dak, and Gus. Again, Revived Gaming, well done to get P2 and hold on to it for now.
Nobody has been able to sniff the hill as of yet, or even get close. And it's actually going to be up to number 2, Sebi. He's been playing this one, and oh, he gets the best Call of Duty timing of his life. He should be able to catch out one of these players, but he shoots a little bit too early. So now his position is given away, but he forces the players to scamper, and they double back. They get the kills, and the trades are through Pandemic. Can he stay alive for 1 second longer? No, he cannot. Geo is going out with the ego. Will anybody be able to hop on this last 15? It doesn't seem like that is the case, but they're trying to cut off any single one of these reinforcements middle of the map. But the kills, they're starting to go towards Revived, and it looked like number 5, he's going to be the player sitting in top fire. That is Dak. He pick up the automaton. Pandemic going back to Old Faithful. He's going to sit behind some of these flower pots, but again, a lot of time is going to the clock at the moment.
P2 C3 active first on it. Revive Gaming again. Still lots of players for Team U in the back. Now fire is a big issue. Dak's able to find one. He finds two. That's big too for Dak, but he's got a lot more danger in the area. His teammates come to help him out. Geo will find one in the pandemic. Vines gets taken care of by Sebi though. Finds more positioning and will grab Ali. Can he get the player off the point? He's gonna need some help. Can't find it though, as Raider has his teammates overlook, and this hard point will stay red. I remind you, if Team U loses this, they get relegated down to losers bracket, so everything is on the line for them, and this hard point is not looking good. They're only able to break it for just a moment, and with scrap time on the clock, Geo is gonna hold it down and achieve nearly 230 points. There is not about less than half a hard point Revive Gaming needs right now to advance onto winners round 3, which will be their last series tonight if they're able to accomplish that. Red hard point going into B4. It gets cleared off, and Team U will collect some time just for a second though, as Raider will find a big pick on the Xeno. Gets a little bit ignored for a little bit. Finally, Raider hops onto it with just 10 seconds left. Can Team U break?
I don't know if they can, because the kill feed, it is all red. 5 seconds away, and Revive, they are showing why they are the kings of Tuscan, as they are not going down. They end up taking this map 4 in a 250-131 victory. They will close out the series in a 3-1, and they are going to punch their ticket to go on and face against the side of the Singapore Syndicate.
Yeah, after seeing that first map of this series of Bocage go the way it did, I was expecting Revive Gaming to take this 3-0, but it's going to be very interesting for the rest of the teams in this tournament, or the rest of the teams in the winners bracket, to know that Revive Gaming's Search and Destroy isn't as strong as their respawns, or at least it didn't look that way in the Search and Destroy we played in this series. So, of course, there is benefits to being on mainstream, but there's also you also reveal some things that you may not want your opponents to know. So we're going to see if that affects them going up against the Singapore Syndicate in the next series. And that should be real soon, as the Singapore Syndicate has been watching and waiting for this series since it started. So Graph, we should be getting right into it relatively shortly, but we are going to go to a little bit of break as these two teams, of course, add each other and get ready to go.
I guess before we're cutting it to a break, we did happen to see the bracket right now. As you can see, we are now in the winners round 3, or also known as the quarterfinals. And on the other side of, or on the lower side of the winners, you have Mommy Milkers going down to High Seekers in a 2-1, most likely a 3-1. And then Arise takes down the Turds in a 3-0 fashion. They're going to go up against the High Seekers. So these are going to be some interesting matches coming up for that quarterfinals. But again, stay tuned. We have the side of Revive going up against the Singapore Syndicate right after this.
Welcome back, AWL fans, to the Vanguard Major, a throwback tournament for $1,000. We are finally loading in to our third match of the night. I know it's a little bit later than we were expecting, but that's all right. Revived Gaming continuing with their run in this tournament. They're going up against the Singapore Syndicate. My name is Reader. Unfortunately, Graf had to go pick up a buddy at the airport, so I'll be joined by producer, caster, observer, Aslo. Buddy, how you doing? What's it like to be on stream?
Yeah, doing great. Usually I'm behind the scenes, but it's nice to come and see what's going on in the casting booth today. We're here, matchup on Gavin 2. First time we've seen it tonight. It's an exciting matchup. Two good teams. One hailing from EWS, who is in the league, and then also Revive Gaming, who has just been on fire, especially in the respawns. And we're starting off with a respawn reader, so we'll have to see how that works out for Revive Gaming.
This is a separate map than what they're used to so far in this tournament. This map is AR heavy. You need to hold those long angles, and I think at one point in the game cycle, teams were running 3 ARs. I don't know if that's still a thing. It's very possible it's still a thing. That the automaton is king on Gav, and we're going to see a lot of it. P1 is almost done. Syndicate is able to sneak in there for a good bit of time to take an early advantage. Not too much, but good enough anyways. And in the boat around the tank will be where our second hard point spawns up. Syndicate on it first. They get cleared off. Big shot by Raider there. Geo gets traded out by Free KZ. But Raider's going to hold some time here. Free is trying to get him off the point. He's able to do so. He gets traded out himself. So a mixy P2 so far will give Syndicate their lead back after clearing off Revived off the point. And they're doing well at keeping up Revived Gaming, who I'm not so sure is going to compete as well on this map as they did on Bocage. This map is the opposite of Bocage, to say the very least.
Yeah, Rita, I think you or Graf pointed out that one of the disadvantages of being constantly is that the other teams get to see how you do it. Maybe they saw how Bocage Tuscan went. They said, oh, these are small, tiny maps, and Revive are dominating on that. So Syndicate said, we're going to try something a little bit more long range, try and bring up those ARs and see if we can mix it up a bit, throw Revive Gaming off their game. And so far, if that's the strategy, they aren't too far behind. Revive Gaming still in the lead with that 40 points, but this is the setup for Syndicate, right? Like, they're right here on this side of the map. They have the zone covered, and they'll soon hop on. Freaks, first one on here for Singapore Syndicate, and we'll have to see how much of this hill they're going to be able to hold on to, because that next switch all the way to the other side, there's FW2, like, you can go all the way to the other side and bring it back to the game. With Gavin 2 Reader, you can come back even if you're down, because these are huge lines of sight that you have to watch over, and if you flip the spawns, you'll be able to get a lot of time.
Yeah, every hill can be a money hill on Gav if you play it properly. This hill, well, for about 20 seconds was completely uncontested. Both teams have their bout on the point, and scrap time is going to go to Syndicate as both teams are fighting in the back for P4 around the tower. Good positioning there by Geo. Will find him one for free on free. And DJ is not able to get himself in through the back, so Revived, I mean, this is the money hill on the map, in my opinion. You can hold this one for the entire 60 if you're able to get a good setup right off the bat and defend the beach properly. DJ isn't going to be able to grab one. He gets straight up by Geo. Geo already under fire from a couple other players sitting P1. Syndicate's going to be able to move their way through, sneak by Geo, and try their shot at hopping up on this hard point. Geo tries to reposition, but he does get kicked off by Keo, who will himself get traded by Raider. Raider is the lone submachine gun player for Revive Gaming, possibly the only MP40 player on this map so far. Revive Gaming, good hard point. They're going to start rotating off with just about 20 seconds left. Like I said, you can hold it for a full 60, and Revive Gaming just did.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the big rotations that count. They make all the time, and that can put you up in a really big lead. And I mean, we were talking about, ARs having to come out, and Geo is an example of one of those strong ARs throughout the amateur scene. And a little fact-checking between the last few series, and Geo was a Vanguard champion. I had to go and make sure I remembered that, but he did win the inaugural major of AWL, the very first one that ever happened under Amateur World League branding, and it was a Vanguard game that was being played at the time, last August, about almost a year ago. Right, so he's coming back,
Oh.
Raider. He's saying, I want to win another one. And Raider's going crazy on this boat as the lead continues to grow.
That's for sure. The second he picks up the auto, though, he gets lasered from behind. Free is going to pick up that kill. He gets traded by Gio. Wow. All of a sudden, the kill feed goes white as the spawn trap is on. Syndicate can't make their way under the bridge. Free will give him his shot, and Gus will finally get taken down. I think he got 3 or 4 there before going at the hands of Free, and then he gets immediately traded out. Gio with another 2 right off spawn. One on a teammate on accident for sure. But no matter, as P1's about to come up next, and that cruise missile will find Free. Dak with that streak. Well done to be able to achieve that. Raider is going to clear off P1, and Revive Gaming is now in full motion, undeterred by the difference between this map and the last ones they've played, currently with a over 100-point lead.
Yeah, absolutely. They are coming out here and they're frying, and at the beginning it almost looked like Syndicate were going to be putting up a significant challenge for Revive Gaming, but since then hasn't been much on the board in terms of points, and it looks like Revive Gaming, it does not matter what respawn map it is, they are staying solid, led by Gio, led by Raider. Everyone's doing great on this team. The only one negative is Gus, and that's totally fine if you got these cracked players around you collecting points and continuing to extend this lead.
Joker is able to find one on the point, but that's all he's going to be able to get. Gus will be able to deal with him. Keo with 1, and the kill feed's going back and forth right now, but the fight for P2 is on. DJ gets a good pinch, able to deal with Gio with the pistol. Himself, Raider, will be able to deal with DJ. Joker onto Gus. And these kills are going back and forth on this P2. Nobody's been able to grab any amount of time on it whatsoever. Raider, that's the second TK there for Revive Gaming, but the positioning is so good on top of the boat, I don't think it's going to matter. They're still going to be able to collect time. Right now, the challenge is on, though. Joker gets taken out by Raider. Raider with another one right after, and 20-9 is Raider right now. He proved he could do it with the sub on this map, and now he's proving he can do it with the AR, as every time he picks one up, it seems like he just adds to his kill streak. And he wasn't even the one to get the kill streak for Revive Gaming. Everyone's doing well at Revive Gaming right now. Gus is on a multi-kill. Syndicate just can't get anything done. I mean, they've been sitting at 42, I think, since P2.
Yeah, holy smokes, like they're just heating up. They're starting to look like they're cracked. They're off something, they're going crazy. And did you notice, Reader, there, that they just left it open, eh? Like, they're so confident. They just left it open. They said, oh, we don't need that time right now. And look what it's going to be. It's probably going to be a 250 and into the 100-point club for Syndicate. Revive Gaming, though, they just have to close it out right here, and it's probably what they'll once they get on this hill, but they're in no rush. They're walking their way here. They're getting 2 pieces on the way. They're not very worried about it. They might be trying to extend this just to get a few more kills on the board. Maybe Gio wants to hit that nice 30 mark on Gavin too, but we'll have to see if he's able to do so right here. And the game is coming to a close, Reader. This is it.
Wow, that pistol kill by Dak, another one by Dak. Dak is just, he doesn't even need his primary weapon, and he will win the game for his team. Revived Gaming will 50-point club Syndicate, and that is, again, another respawn demolition of their opponents. It was even worse than it was on Bocage. I feel like on Bocage, their last series, of course, Revived Gaming may have had a chance to make their score a little bit better. It was a 111 score that their opposing team was able to accomplish, but I mean, half that, 42 was the score for Syndicate in that respawn. So honestly, Asla, I think that this S&D is going to be the make or break for this series. If we're going to see a 4th map or not, it all comes down to this S&D on Desert Siege, and it's a weird one as well. We don't see very much Desert Siege during the Vanguard game cycle, but we're going to see it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Desert Siege, one thing that comes to mind when I think of Desert Siege is Octane of LA Thieves just whipping the sniper out, jumping down the one defensive side, I think it is, and just sniping. I think he got like a 2-piece collat or something across that open field on the right side. It makes for an interesting S&D for sure. I mean, on the right side you have that big open field, a lot of AR fights, but then in that house in the middle, I don't know if some people call it university or not, but there's a lot of little gunfights. You can bring out the subs. There's room to make plays. That's basically what I'm saying. Probably see a sniper, maybe 2, and it should be interesting. But for now, we can head to a short intermission, and we'll be back next map.
welcome back. Map 2 about to be underway. Played on Desert Siege. Revived Gaming against Singapore Syndicate. If you're just joining us, Revived Gaming 50-point clubbed Singapore on map 1, which was played on Gavutu. That hard point was, without a doubt, all revived. This S&D, though, could be a different story. Last series, this team did not win their S&D, but won every other respawn to win this series. So see if Revive can get their S&D game sorted and go up 2 against Singapore Syndicate. On the other hand, we can see Singapore tie this series up at 1 and try to face these respawn demons in a control and a 4th map hardpoint. My name is Reader. I'm joined by producer, observer, caster, Aslo. Sir, Desert Siege, man, it's been a while. I'm trying to remember how this map goes for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look for those outer lanes, snipers, ARs. I haven't seen a sniper yet, but oh no, that was I thought that was a sniper for a second, but it was just the auto. Yeah, those outer lanes. I mean, a lot of the gunfights will happen on those 2 outer lanes, and then also through the middle in that university. But it's all about, you know, mind games, right? Always with SD, and I think for players that haven't played this in a while, as everybody hasn't, it's maybe about adaptability. Who's going to adapt the best as they can? And Syndicate on the board first. There we go. We'll see if they'll be able to keep up. And we have to remember, for everyone who's watching, if you watch the last series, Revive Gaming, the only place they looked weak was in the S&D.
Yeah, that's for sure. Geo is the only player to find a kill for Revive Gaming. On the other hand, Keo, 2-0. Free is now 2-0 after that first blood right off the bat. It's going to be with the AR. Raider trades it back, so we have an even score line in the live department. 3-3 at the moment. Raider is going to see if he can't make his way on top of the mid building. Doesn't look like he's actually going to get all the way up there. But there's some good positioning here out of Syndicate. They do need to pick up that bomb. Raider with a laser on Joker will give Revive Gaming the 3-2 advantage.
Oh.
Dak goes down in the background to DJ. 2v2. There it is at a DJ. And he, I'm not sure if he could see a piece of that player or not, but obviously he didn't. Who was repositioned. Yeah, no, I remember this angle. I remember this angle from back in the day where I actually played this game. So does Raider, apparently, because he's able to spot that sniper no problemo. And Keo is now forcing a 1v2 with 22 seconds left on the clock. I believe it is up to Syndicate to plant this bomb, so Keo is going to rotate back to pick it up. It was not picked up at the start of this round. I don't think there's any overlook on it because Revived has not realized that the bomb is down. He's going to take this over to the A side. It is being watched right now, and yeah, he just gets, I mean, his head fell off. Yeah. That is just a laser beam. Revived Gaming will tie this one up at 1 apiece.
I love those little spots. Like even here, I remember using this spot a lot and seeing it in the leagues and the CDL, everything. That's what this map is about, right? There's lots of little angles you can take with the ARs and even spots you can hide with your SMGs. So it's about working together, hunting the other team down, and trying to bring the bomb forward if you're on offense. If you're on defense, I mean, hold your angles, watch your lanes, right? And that's what they were able to do successfully. Revive, they're on the board. It is now 1-1.
Keo's going to go into that same spot on top of the trains. Dak with the sub. He's going to push up with a teammate, trying to stun check that B site, even though his partner has a line of sight. Joker is able to find one for free on a Raider. I believe he was heard, which is rare in this game, as you can't really hear very many footsteps. Although if you do have it turned up, you can hear stomping around you. DJ with that sniper again has it pulled out. He did find one with it, I believe, or maybe it was with the pistol in the last round. But Keo is trading out Gus to keep things tied at 2. DJ, the last one standing, and you don't want to be the last one standing with the sniper, but I've seen it done. They know where he is as well. Oh, what a quick scope by DJ. Can he find one more? He's got to do it again. And the last one standing is Dak, 1 and 2, looking to even up his KD, and there's not a lot of time on the clock, so DJ is going to sneak around the bomb, check if his opponent is sound pouring in the background. He sees him drop. The pistol shots, they're in. It's just not in time for the defusal. Revived Gaming is going to win their second round. DJ, I mean, you got both kills. He accomplished that, but not in time for the defuse.
Yeah, and it almost makes you wonder if he went right for the defuse off the rip, and it's one of those situations where they only know in hindsight, but he might have been able to get that defuse off because it wasn't getting checked immediately, so that would have been interesting. But here we go. It was impressive that he was able to get that snipe and even the pistol kill. The pistols in Vanguard are something else, Reader. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's for. I mean, the rat can. It's almost like a mini sub in your pocket. That's just single fire. It does more damage per bullet than the auto for sure, and maybe even the MP40 if you're real up close. But Joker's making his way all the way to the top, and gets late. What? KO trying to kill the same player will kill his teammate and not the player behind him, giving Revived Gaming an incredible advantage. It's now a 2v1. KO's the last player standing. He's 5-2 though. Unfortunately, he's on the attack, so he's got to pick up the bomb and get it planted. He's able to grab one for free onto Gus, leaving him in a 1v1. So his position is called out. He could have moved by now. Raider is just chilling. He knows where that bomb is. So he's just going to stand on it, waiting for Keo to challenge. I'm pretty sure he knows that it's right there on him. It's hard to tell if Raider's actually aware of that, but I can't imagine he stays here for too long if he didn't. He knows his opponent needs to come attack this. And I think Keo is starting to become aware that Raider is probably right on top of this bomb. He hears the footsteps on the other side and is able to deal with them. Well done by Raider. The intelligence to be able to hold that bomb from inside, knowing that the game sense, knowing that this player is going to run through. Really well done. 3-1 now for Revive Gaming.
It's a pleasure watching a game where search is interesting, where you can hear footsteps, but not all of them, and there's different strategies that can happen, right? So
yeah, we all know you have a gripe with MW too.
Yeah, it's not as interesting to watch in search, I'll tell you that. But this one is, and you know what? Fond memories of seeing all the snipes on this map. Crazy times.
Raider trying to take on this early pick. He's going to lose it to Keo. Keo has just been an unmovable object with that AR, except when he's naded by Geo, who will launch that nade. Geo, ultimate launch with those nades. Good pinch here by Free. Can he find two? He can, and that's the round. Syndicate will win thanks to Keo. And that is, Free with that two-piece, I believe it was. Yeah, Keo had that first one get traded. But yeah, Free with a big two-piece. That makes a positive in the KD department. Really well done by him. And right back in this game is the Singapore Syndicate. Still not tied, but it could be very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Revive though, looking stronger in the S&D, I feel like, in comparison to the last season, or last series. But Syndicate not out of it yet, and we'll have to see how they do on the offense here. They're going to push around to the left side. Freaks looking over his teammate who's pushing towards the bomb right now. That's number 7, Joker Cunny. He's able to get it down. Not quite. Gets taken out by Geo, but Geo gets straight. What a snipe, eh?
Yeah, I mean, DJ wasted no time. The point and click at Geo. There is still a player top tower in Dak. I'm not sure if the heirs of Syndicate are aware of his positioning. He's going to move down to the bottom of the building. As look at this area defense here by Syndicate. I mean, they're going to get the bomb down here, but they're overlooking every angle they possibly can. That stun check is actually going to hit DJ, so they're coming after him right now. Not able to get the full kill, as I believe he was shot at. Raider over challenges and will die to Free, giving the advantage over to Syndicate with that bomb planted. That's huge. Dak will see nothing down this lane. And he's going to be forced closer to the bomb. I don't think he's going to like this gunfight. No, he will not. Gus with the last one standing now, as Free will find a second one on that heady. He just cannot be taken off. Gus also dealt with by Free. Free again with the multi-kills to win rounds is propelling his team. He's tied it up almost single-handedly. Really, really well done by him. And we have a tie game right at 3.
Yeah, and I think Syndicate just did a better job of holding lanes, staying confident, being aware of their positioning, and watching each other's backs. And they just did a great job with that. Revive, they were too scattered, they were too spread out, they were chowing one by one and dying one by one. And that's what went on in that round. But we're tied up 3-3.
Seems like Syndicate's got the formula for this A site. I wouldn't be surprised to see Revive to go B with this bomb. Raider gets pinched. Look at this. All of Syndicate almost is racing down the B side of the map. Joker will grab one that Dak was just not expecting, and he's able to get away, and I think he could have another pinch. Gus is not aware whatsoever this player is right, but is aware of the player in front of him. Can't find the second one, And Singapore will take their very first. No, that's not true. They had the first round. They'll take back their 1-round lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was close there. Good kill by Joker, eh? I mean, that could have gone seriously wrong, seriously fast in a 1v1 scenario if Joker wasn't able to turn around quick enough. Good positioning, though, out of Gus, I would say, to at least give that round a shot and bring it back. But 3-4, this is probably the closest I feel like we've seen Revived all tournament long so far on stream in terms of having a close game with them.
Yeah, this is true. Even the game they lost wasn't really all that close. So things get interesting as we're watching Revived as we may not have expected. Raider is all the way around the back. He's executing the same flank that Syndicate did in the last round, and he could have a great look at 1 to 2 players here. There's the first one. It's for free. No whiffs there. The second one he gets help with, and that leaves Joker, the last player standing. He's going to grab that first one in the 1v4. He needs the ace to do it and can't beat the second one. That's a really good challenge by Raider, and the defuse is well in time by Gus. Revived Gaming will stop Syndicate's win streak and tie this game at 4.
Yeah, I did like the effort of Joker there. I mean, you have to move fast, you have to move quick, you have an SMG. Take advantage of that, right? Make the quick moves and see if you can get lucky, see if you can get 1 to 3 off the bomb there. We've seen that before. We've seen that all day, to be honest, Reader, where people are getting 3 pieces just out of nowhere because they get just great COD timing. Lots of room to maneuver on these maps, definitely.
Yeah, this is what Vanguard is all about. There is so much opportunity sometimes, and sometimes you can't see 2 feet in front of you. And it's the good players who can sort out the good positioning from the bad. The B site's being looked at by Revived Gaming. They know Syndicate's got a good lock on A in the last couple rounds. They've attempted to attack it, and then they do in this round as well. Look at that positioning on the left side of the map. At least our left side of the map right now. Raider is stuck in mid. I wouldn't say he's stuck, but there's a lot of Syndicate players in this building as well, and he's being challenged from behind, still able to win and react. Free, on the other hand, is going to get his trade. So a 3v3 we sit. Free peeks out just a little bit more there. He's dead. He's lucky he didn't quite get that far. Revived Gaming needs to pick up the bomb now as it's sitting outside of the building. 2v3. KO will win the AR battle against Dak. Gus is going to retreat from that side. DJ gets hunted down. Geo knew the sniper was probably sitting back here, and he does not waste any time pushing far enough back to be able to get that kill and tie this one up at 2, but not a lot of time on the clock for the attackers Revived to get this bomb planted. Gus is behind the enemy lines and could have a pinch. Needs to get the bomb planted. Wins the gunfight against Free, who became aware. Sorry, not Free. Free is looking for the trade. The overlook is on. Revived Gaming, that was really well executed. And around that, I don't think that they were expected to win because of the time on the clock. Gets things done on the A site.
Yeah, they did a great job in terms of isolating players and maneuvering around to different sites. Singapore, they just kind of stood in one spot. They weren't reading what was going on, and they were able to sneak through, do some maneuvers. And I loved how he watched over his teammate there, Revived Gaming, while the bomb was getting planted. Perfectly executed. Well done on their part, and let's see if they're able to win this map.
Revived Gaming 1 away to taking this map. Syndicate 1 away from forcing round 11. Geo on the outside angle, able to grab just the head of DJ, trying to snipe, I think, in that moment, but he's got another one to fight. Geo is trying to get a good angle. He will. Free's going to try to retreat back there. I don't think that's a call. I don't think he was quite certain where his opponent exactly was. Joker on top of the trains will find one. He's getting shot in the back, though. He's able to get away with his life, leaving... I mean, he is the last one standing, so he's got a 1v4 here to try to tie this series, or at least stay in this map. He's able to retreat all the way up to the top of the building. I don't think he's going to get more than that. Gus sorts him out for Revived Gaming, who will win their first search and destroy, as far as we're concerned, in this tournament. 6-4, so not flawless like the respawns, but they have now proven they are capable on search and will threaten a series sweep.
Yeah, and you know what, Reader, they improved on the search. They did a good job on that, but I also have to give kudos to Singapore. They were able to adapt on some of those rounds, figure out how to play as a team, especially on that one defense where they just flanked all the way around. That was super impressive, and trying to have different maneuvers. That map was just really interesting to watch. Like there was options to do different things. I felt like a lot of rounds were different from other rounds, and although there were some very interesting cruddy spots that would make me yell into my mic if I got killed from this. But like you said, up 2-0, and the next map will be a control. We'll have that up in 1 second. But what were your takes from that map?
You know, I thought that Singapore had a great map. They bounced back from the Gavutu really well. Having a map that bad, it's hard to come back from that, even though Search and Destroy is such a huge pace change. It's like a completely different game. And I say that in MW2, but in Vanguard, it just means so much more because the pace difference between Hardpoint and Search and Destroy in this game particularly is just massive and immense. And it's why we see a lot of either really good S&D teams or really good respawn teams, which I think Revive Gaming is just a really good respawn team. Unfortunately, it's an opportunity that's now has passed by. Revived Gaming did great at stopping Singapore Syndicate. Anytime Singapore found success in something, Revived shut it down. For example, the A site. Syndicate shut it down 2 or 3 times. Revived was able to get a plant down and win on that site later in the map. That flank along the left outside, a couple rounds later, we see Gus go and challenge the sniper on the left side of the map, winning the positioning over there. So, I mean, Revive Gaming is really resilient. They're adapting really well to their opponents, and not only are they doing that in the respawns, they proved that they can do it in Search and Destroy. So, I mean, we're going into a Tuscan control, and I think that they're set to win it. They did really well against their opponents last series in control, so this one could be a lock here from Revive Gaming. It's going to take a lot for Singapore to be able to force a map for.
All right, well, when we return, well put, Reader, we'll find out how this will go. Will Syndicate be able to turn the series around, or will we be headed into tomorrow? And be sure to return tomorrow, because that's when we're going to see the championship final. See who's actually crowned the champion, see if Gio is able to come back. But actually, before we head to intermission, it kind of looks like we might be starting right now. Just going to make sure. But it looks like it.
I believe the control map that Revive Gaming played was a Berlin. So Tuscan is a little bit different. Of course, you're going to want to capture that P1 site first and then go for B, which is usually the last one standing. Sometimes you see teams go for that B site right off the bat, but honestly, it just requires you funneling through P5 and plat, and you can just get routed, and then you just start the round off with a live disadvantage as the attackers, which you don't want. So we should see them attack A site first, or whichever team is attacking first, attack that A site first and get that captured, and then maybe try to push into the back past the church. So hopefully we'll see that go down here as well. But that's my take on Tuscan Control, which is just about to get underway again. Revive Gaming up 2-0 in the series against the Singapore Syndicate. Singapore Syndicate trying to stay out of the losers bracket in this map. They need 3 maps in a row in this series to be able to stay in winners. It's a tough task, especially against such a great respawn team as Revive Gaming has proven themselves to be. Here we go, underway. Gio will open us up with a laser beam on DJ.
And the Chow's pushing forward from Joker Con. We'll see if we'll be able to move up the map right here. And for now, Revive Gaming, they do have control of the A site. There was a lot of pressure off Syndicate in a 3v1 off the rip, but they will now push towards B, and this is what we'll see, Reader. This is the back and forth that will happen in Vanguard and in this specific control map, where they go from one side to the other, and they'll have to choose at some point which one they want to commit to and get something on the board, because you know what? They are out of time once a minute is gone. They have a minute to capture one of the zones, get some more added time, and move towards getting the last one. That is how control works in Vanguard and has always worked in all the top games. But A is looking to be the one they're pushing towards now, but they are getting flanked, and they're going to have to watch out for that, Reader.
Yeah, Raider had a couple right there as well. Dak will follow up. Lots of MP40s out again for Revived Gaming. Their last respawn on Gavutsu required the AR power. They were able to harness it. And now they're back on the MP40s, which they've been so good on last series. Kio's going to get some help on Dak. It may not be enough to capture A. Look at this laser. Free is just pushed up way too far. Gio's got another one to deal with, though. Progress is being made at A, and the flank is good on Gio. Joker will find 2. Gus is able to push up a little bit, but can't find the pick in the back, leaving the A side captured for the Singapore Syndicate. Back up on the tank, Gus goes. He's been lethal in his position last time we saw him on Tuscan. That Syndicate isn't making a valuable push back behind the church just yet. Raider shutting down DJ. Raider again shutting down Free. And it just seems like it's the Raider show on that side of the map right now, as there hasn't really been a solid push through P5. Revived Gaming is pushed up so far up the map that there's so much the Singapore Syndicate have to clear. Joker will find the back of Raider, ending his streak. Kia will get with Geo. Joker touches the point to try to stop the time. They do have a lot of time on the clock, but what they don't have is lives left to do so. What a challenge by Raider. Joker had no chance in that gunfight. 7 to 14, we sit in the lives. Geo's able to get in and find the kill. I mean, the headshot multiplier worked for Geo on the Free, and Dak in the background will grab onto DJ. Syndicate, no respawns remaining. Revived Gaming with all the lives in the world that they may need. Raider does go down right there. It's just saying the Syndicate can't really touch the point here, and with only 3 lives remaining, I think round 1 is over.
Yeah, absolutely, Reader. And I think Revive did a good job at holding on to getting those kills and hunting for them, playing for the kills a little bit more, knowing that they had the skills to bring down those numbers and not to worry about it. There were a couple holes that Syndicate did take advantage of. They're able to push up through the church, through the field. They're able to get that first point, but it just wasn't enough firepower, Reader, to get to Revive Gaming. I felt like there was opportunities, like when Joker was behind the point, but there just wasn't enough firepower. They didn't take advantage of the moments that they could have, and Revive Gaming, they're looking to end this series. They don't want this to go to a game 4.
Yeah, they're trying to get it done as soon as possible. They're literally not letting Syndicate see the light of day on either point. Now they're tasked with capturing. Syndicate does step on the B side for just a second. They are covering this A side. Look at this push by Raider. The flick onto his opponent in U. That was Joker that fell. And they're going to go for this B side first. And I like the route they took. I said that funneling through P5 is a bad idea. You're going to lose lives. And I guess they listened because they went through church. And now they're 3-stacking on this B site. They have Dak even pushed up, not capturing to cover the back. That is a sign that Revived is getting really confident. Keo goes down. Geo and Gus combine for a few. And that is the B site captured before you can even say B site.
Wow, that's seriously impressive map control that they had on there. They really refined that. They played disciplined, and honestly, Reader, they're just smoking them. Like, they are just flying at them. There's a confidence that they have Revived that they've had against any team all day in every spot. They're just flying, they're sliding, they're taking full advantage of the movement offered by this game, and they're on their way to capturing A.
I mean, look at the live count. It's 17 to 22. And that is a major difference at this point in the control round. They're already capturing on the A site. They do get cleared off. Raiders forced away. Trying to flank through U. He gets found by Free. And that is a shutdown from the Syndicate. The first time they clear Revive off a site in this control round, which they were unable to do on the B side. Good flank from DJ. Gus was deep in enemy lines, but he still found one for his life in that moment, and the A side capture is back on. Raider in the church will find a second. Free will be able to grab that. A good piece of timing on him, shutting him out from the trap. But Gus with a few here is continuing to capture. 2 ticks already made, and the lives are ticking down for Syndicate. Look at that. Raider, I feel like he just died. Already spawned up and flying across Singapore Syndicate screens so fast that they can't even react. Tower gets taken down as well. I mean, yeah, this is it.
This is a masterclass, definitely. They're in a whole other class by themselves, and I like that even when they go down, they're able to have still map control because they leave people up in the other zone, and they're just ready to go as soon as the other teammates spawn up. So that shows you that even if they played a team that was maybe more evenly matched to their gunny, they'd still have the strats to be able to carry it out. But right now, they're just showing complete dominance on this map. We are ready. Do you think it's going to be a 3-0?
After the defense we saw the first time, I am betting on it. Singapore Syndicate didn't get through anywhere the first time, and Revived Gaming's confidence level is as high as it has been. Now, that can be a bad thing, but I think for Revived, it's not going to be. because it seems as if they're handling these gunfights with ease. Gus up close and personal with 3 on that AR to get the first one. Joker is able to get things done. No third, though. Gus will take him out. At least the tick has been captured on A now out of the Syndicate. It's not going for B early on as Revived Gaming did. But a good first tick will get them well on their way. Unfortunately, Gus is locking down the site. Free gets in behind him, and now the capture resumes on this A site. 14 and 18 right now is Free. On the other side of things, 21 and 12 is Raider on the sub. Dak finds 2, and now his KD is +5 at 15 and 10. And a fortunate team nade is going to leave Syndicate crippled in their own end. Dak is not letting them escape. Finally, he gets taken out. Dak knew he had streaks in that moment before getting broken off that trap. And, I mean, Keo's going to go for a Hail Mary on the B side, trying to distract some Revived Gaming players, maybe of the A site. There is a lot of Syndicate players pushed up deep in this map, but I don't think it's very long-lived as the hunt is on. Raider is able to get that first kill. Keo is on his tail. There it is. Oh, it was actually on the Gus. And the A side is 2 ticks captured, but it seems as if the Syndicate can only really capture a tick at a time.
I feel like that move from KO was not very productive. He didn't have the patience. He just kept running around until he was shot in the back. All that effort, all that time to only come away with 1 kill and not help your teammates get on A or B. I'm not sure how well use of a life that was, but he was trying to make something out of nothing. And that's what it's starting to look like. 11 seconds. Revive Gaming will be on your way to what? Semifinals.
The semifinals.
And we'll see them tomorrow, and I would not be surprised if we see them in the grand final. What do you think, Reader? There we go.
Well, I can't even think of a team that can compete with them because the Singapore Syndicate is a team I know I've seen before, and they just got wiped by Revived Gaming, a 3-0 sweep that was not even close, except for maybe the search and destroy. But both respawns were very, very firmly in the hands of Revived Gaming. So it seems as if Revived Gaming had a little bit more trouble in the last match, and that team's down in the losers bracket. So we're going to see if there's a team that can topple them. But as it stands right now, Alzo, they are undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated indeed. And yeah, I'm not sure how you're going to come back from that. If you're Singapore Syndicate, hopefully they can come back and maybe be in the grand final and get their revenge. But as for Revive, they're looking like tournament favorites to me.
Absolutely. Again, a 3-0 sweep. Revive Gaming moving on to the semifinals. Singapore Syndicate do have another chance down in the losers bracket. That is all for us tonight. We will be back with the semifinals and the grand finals tomorrow at the same time, 7 o'clock. Get tuned in tomorrow. My name is Reader. I've been joined by a multitude of casters, including Graf and, of course, Aslo. So thank you guys so much for watching tonight. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for the semifinals.